So then,
Yeah, right.
so then
But
it's
yeah,
gonna.
no one knows how
it
to
takes a little bit
distribute it,
to
yeah.
straighten
Right.
the load.
Bill,
Okay.
just call me.
And then,
This is setting it up
He
too.
wants to get a job.
yep, yep.
Kind of hard
And
to
then,
do some
we don't
investigation. So
actually have to keep this
Fanny
open.
Fanny.
We can just close out of it.
But you don't have to.
Nope.
Hey, Mel. Mel's a great guy. I like Mel. He's great.
Mel told you that?
That's funny, yeah.
He wants the job to be hard as an investigator to investigate that.
Is just showing your life.
He can't investigate his own property. How's he gonna find out the other?
Welcome back, stranger.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go.
Doing good. How about you?
screen, and I'm gonna just get rid of the participants
Okay.
and just leave it on this
Ma'am,
view.
Can I get your name?
Me, Anna Schmidt.
And this is on gallery view where all four of these hogs are equal.
Anna, are you with the group or anyone?
I'm shadowing for the one
Yeah,
day.
okay, sounds good. Welcome.
But I personally like to do it.
Where are you from, Anna?
Yeah,
I'm from Wichita,
Hey,
yeah.
Well,
but I go
welcome here.
K-State, so
And I'm gonna go.
Welcome
get
here.
the audio
thank you.
set up on here.
You don't do anything.
No, I can always just double check that the red light's on.
Make sure it's on.
Yep.
that's funny.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, I wasn't here to. No, not you. I think it's just.
Yeah, it is. We had a court hearing last week. I didn't know exactly where to go, but I know that.
When we was in the guards, he called me Lurch,
Well, thanks.
the guy on the Adams family. Hey, Lurch, always call me Lurch all the time. Then after I got that 65 Dodge, then I was Dick Landy.
Mel,
We were chow hounds. We were on aggression force out in Wyoming to attack the National Guard.
uh-huh.
And we always fill our ammunition things up with apples, oranges, fruit, whatever, instead of ammunition or blanks. And we was always busy eating while everybody else was shooting.
That's funny, that's funny.
More Bruce.
Good morning. How are you? Wonderful. Up for next progress.
So Anna, what year are you?
I'll be a junior next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Crazy time to be going to college with all these changes.
It is, yeah. K-State just did like, the president and,
Well,
provost, just did that podcast yesterday with some updates. And then
I'm happy.
2 days ago, there were more updates, so it's kind of unfolding, but it's still kind of unknown, it seems like, so.
Yeah, I think it's just like it is now. We'll be living week to week. You never know
Yeah.
when it's gonna change. I thought it was a smart move. A lot of the colleges starting early and ending after Thanksgiving, you know, at the Thanksgiving break. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, it's, I didn't even think of doing something like that, I thought it was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got one at Washburn Nursing School and I've got one in graduate PT school. And so they're at home taking classes, you know.
Yeah,
Granddaughter started her second year up there.
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, it is.
Good morning, Ron. How are you?
Good.
Good.
How'd Tuesday go? I didn't get to hear anything.
Good. I'm good.
Who's that strange guy up there?
So,
best one yet. You know, we're getting all these mail ballot applications, you know, the wide variety of opinions on the advanced by mail applications. One gentleman sent it in and wrote me a note on an index card telling you every reason why mail ballot elections are fraudulent and other things, but yet he filled out both applications.
Is that the one that you put an address next to and watch very, very closely just in case? I don't know.
I just thought you'd get him again.
Morning, Tammy. The dynamics of things, I just don't see how we work around it this year. So, morning, Tammy.
Well, that's what I say. You know, it's because of the circumstances.
Yeah.
It's not the politics of it.
Yeah,
And I haven't ever been either, so.
okay.
Morning.
Those stripes across Holman up there look like the prison stripes on the shirt.
My time to need to close the blinds there or something.
Was that just a, oh, noise movement? I thought maybe that's just a permanent picture you just put in front of the camera.
Whoops, it's 8:30. Time for the meeting, Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Okay, good morning.
Morning.
We got public comment. Anybody on the video or the screen need to be public comment? Okay, there's none there. Then public comment out here. Any public comment? Oh, wonderful. John?
Okay, well, after we were done Monday, I finally got a chance to sit down and get a video uploaded to, well, I guess for NACO's National We Are Counties campaign. This is something that's being done all across the country. They actually started back in April, but with everything, I'm just trying to find time to get everything coordinated for it. So we got that shot. I've got a copy of it. Need to figure out how to get it over to myself personally so I can do some stuff. I have to talk to Kevin on that one. And speaking of, I would like to thank Kevin because he's the one to help me coordinate and get this put together. And then Sheree Taylor up in GIS put the visual that I have in the office for it. So just let everybody know around the country that Raleigh County is on board with that. So Tuesday morning did K-Man's in focus. Went well. Never usually have a problem there. They do a good job. Discussed several county-related current events and issues. And Rich Vrago came on with me to talk about elections and get everybody updated on that and kind of talk and walk through the process of the mail-in ballots. And overall, I thought that generally went good. Thanks for doing that, Rich. And yesterday, as has been customary, I listened in on the Intergovernmental Affairs teleconference done by the White House every Wednesday at sometime during the day. I didn't catch 100% of it because it was kind of during my lunch break. But on this week's call were Ben Carson, Director of Housing and Urban Development, talking to some corona-related virus housing initiatives and other items that they're working on. Deborah Bricks, Director of the National Coronavirus Task Force, came on there, talked about a few things, including just kind of breaking down some spikes in some other areas of the country, including Florida and Arizona, and just the things that they're just trying to watch and keep abreast on. And then Vice President Mike Pence was also on there. He did want to let all of us know and to pass along from him personally just how grateful and thankful he is for all we're doing locally and for all of our first responders, first line workers, health officials, and everything in this ongoing effort to this pandemic. So I thought I would pass that along, and I would concur with those comments that he made as well. So outside of that, it's just been work, and it's been kind of it was like a really quick and fast week. So
Yep, it has been.
yeah. So that's where I'm at. That's all I got.
Okay. Took a call from one of my constituents up north and about his situation with the short-term lease neighbor. And so been working on it, and probably will see him tomorrow and see what we can work out. Then Went to Topeka yesterday to get there and take Vicky to check on her heart. Got one more session, then we're gonna do something. And so we'll get that done up. Then I attended the meeting at City of Riley. And they had it's nice to have see people in person. Thank Greg for coming to our meetings to give some other public.
Yeah, I heard something, there was something about the pools up there. That was a little bit of you have a pool. It was a contentious item, I guess.
It wasn't contentious, it was just, and we've been, all along, we didn't know whether we could open the pool or not.
Yeah.
And we got it prepped just because you need to get it up
Sure.
and running anyway. And then started trying to hire people, but they voted to not open it.
Anyway,
Kind of
it was a nice meeting. I enjoyed it. And, as always, Director Butler goes to these. They had they're coming along real good, and he made a lot of good comments and stuff. So I just updated them about the virus count and where we stand on some of that.
Mhm.
And how we're looking in the county, what we're trying to do. So that's about it.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Ford. It's been a fast week. I put my hours in on my own work, and it just seems like time just goes. It takes so much time to get around town with all the closures,
Yeah.
the road closures and everything. Of course, Fort Riley Boulevard just about off limits completely now. I know yesterday I was visiting a business, checking on some businesses to see how they're doing with the pandemic and some people that I know, and I'm just curious. And I was on the south end of town about the wrong time, 4 o'clock or so, and the traffic was lined up from here to Fort Riley.
Yeah.
And then I went to try to find a way to get back across town, and I didn't want to go clear around to the east and clear up to Kimball. But even Anderson, I mean, it's just it just isn't any way.
Yeah.
To get from here to there, so.
Didn't help that they had Scenic Drive closed off yesterday for
And
alligators.
that didn't help. And then,
Better be careful in his backyard.
then I heard, I got a call on a theory on the alligators, and I thought about I got about about 3/4 of a mile of wildcat on me, and I thought about taking the boat down, see if I could find them there, because I've had everything else on the place. That bobcat jumped over the fence and right underneath the window and grabbed the squirrels day before yesterday, a couple days ago. And of course, with the hawks and the crows and the coyotes and everything else, I figured, well, I may as well have an alligator.
2020, the gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah.
That's one way to look at it.
We're not even halfway through, but here we are.
So, no, but other than that, that's pretty much the extent of my week, just getting work done.
Business meeting.
First time we had a change order for the judge's chambers and appraiser's office, remodel, change order number 2.
Comment on that, anybody?
I think we're at that point where we kind of need to get that done and
Chairman?
finished unless there's.
Oh, Bruce.
Come on, Bruce.
Good morning.
Come on, Bruce.
Morning.
So you can actually hear me. As you know, the judge's chambers and the county appraiser's office have been going through some refurbishing, remodeling, basically finished upgrades over the last few months. And we built into the project a small amount of about $7,500 to cover any miscellaneous items, things that would come up in the course of working in old buildings and so forth. We had a situation where the ductwork in the appraiser's office above the ceiling conflicted with where we installed the new wall with the glass like partitions in there. So that was the $85 change above the contingency limit was what was left over for that item. Director asked if in the kitchenette area, which we were able to cover most of that within the contingency, but floor tile would be a much more suitable floor finish as far as just being able to clean it. Asked if we could do that. And so we were at about those two items till last week. And the discussion came up where originally in the project, we had shown the ceiling tile to be replaced in the entire space. Due to evaluation at that time of budgets and so forth, we actually took that out of the project. But further review and further observation of the condition that it's really in since 1984. Greg and I had the conversation. I brought it back to Gary and Leon. It was evaluated and it was agreed to go ahead and propose that to the commission as well, to include that in this change order. And that would increase the project by just over $12,000, bringing it to just about $123,000 for the overall project.
Any comments?
No, I move to approve Raleigh County Courthouse Judges Chambers and Appraisers Office remodel project change order number 2.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks,
Thank you, Bruce.
Chairman, please.
Move the 10.
Thank you. Next, we need to sign USDA applicant certification.
Make a motion, we approve.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Chairman, please. Multiple spots.
But feel free to miss them. I like having more money in our pizza fund.
Noticed I ignored that.
I know, I noticed that too.
Next, we have the Miller Trust Settlement Agreement.
Any comment from you guys? Or you
Yeah,
want to talk about that?
Here's some comments on this.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Morning.
We have a settlement agreement to present to you. I'll just run through the elements of that. They did not change from the presentation earlier in the week. The easement will be relocated to the north, so the alignment for the firing range will be in the south.
Okay.
Part of that relocation agreement is that once the new easement is in, that part of the old easement that's not going to be used will be vacated. The new easement will be a perpetual permanent easement, but for farming purposes only, which is what the current easement is. And the county agrees to maintain that easement to equivalent to the current passable condition. That's on the easement. There is in the agreement, there is a settlement agreement, there is a covenant that we agree not to ever do a firing range alignment to the east towards the Miller property. We're keeping that east berm in place. That will give them some visual screening from the firing range and provide some noise buffer. And finally, there is a general release of liability by the Millers in regards to anything involving relocating the easement, the covenant, and the berm. and the compensation rate was $4,750.
Your motion, gentlemen?
I'll make a motion that we approve and sign the Miller Trust settlement agreement for travel easements.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All three, please.
Thank you, Commissioners. I've talked with Leon, and with this in place now, he's gonna get on the relocation of the easement right away.
Okay. But for all intents and purposes, this
I don't
allows
know-
us.
I don't know whether you heard that or not. I'm getting no reaction out of it.
He's on mute anyway, so don't worry about it.
Thank
So
you.
this
Commissioners.
basically allows us to be able to start with the rest of the design and then building process. correct?
That's right.
Okay,
Correct.
that's the important part of it right now. Okay.
Is the volume up on there? I heard somebody talking.
Yeah, just no one's talking.
Huh?
Yeah, just no one's saying anything.
Well, I barely
I
heard.
heard them laughing. Someone.
Much about alligators, I wonder if their tendency is to go downstream or upstream.
Depends on food sources.
Yeah, that's exactly what I
I'm
was.
strong enough to be able to roll either way on that one.
They're,
These,
you know,
If
they've always been owned, and so I don't know if they're used to feeding themselves or not.
that's a good point. They're not terribly big at this point in time. If it's the two that's,
About all you'd want to handle, I think.
they're probably just a bit under that. I've seen them in the
Well, have
tank
you?
over there before. No, they're probably 3.5, maybe 4 feet.
That will interfere with somebody trying to take a canoe down Wildcat Creek and they fall
Always
into the
enough,
river.
that's for sure.
No, I certainly won't let my dog swimming.
Yes,
As of last night, I hadn't heard that they'd actually gotten them or not.
They did not.
They had
haven't
not,
caught it.
okay.
Nope, they haven't caught it.
And it was just one
Someone
person.
saw it walking across and they
Yeah.
said to avoid linear trail. Is what the APB is out there. Yeah, some guy saw him walking and called it in.
a lot of kids go play out there.
They set a trap for it, but to no avail yet. Not sure how many experienced alligator trappers we have around here.
I was thinking they could, call one of those guys you see on the A&E program from down south or Crocodile Dundee. Kind of dating myself on that one, but he may not be still alive at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he is.
Saw that movie originally down at the Varsity Theater. Once again, dating myself.
You were only 5, right?
I was pretty young, yeah.
I remember the theater.
We have Raleigh County Personnel Action Form for Emily Everhart, Health Policy Liaison, Sunflower Intern Separation of Service.
Did forget to mention too, today is the 12-year anniversary of the Manhattan tornado.
June 8th?
11th.
Nope, 8th.
No,
I was in it, June 8th.
June
Yeah,
8th,
tornado.
June 8th.
it was June 11th.
Nope,
The last one in 2008 was on the 11th.
they already had.
You're thinking the one
celebration.
in, you're thinking the one in Topeka. That was on the
No.
8th.
No, 'cause they came through here and went to Topeka, and I was on guard duty that night, so, nope, June 8th, 1966.
I'm
Well,
Went
talking,
right through the roof of the
Yeah.
house where I was standing.
we're talking two different tornadoes.
The one that hit here and Topeka was June 8th.
He's talking the most recent one.
Yeah, it was on the
Most
11th.
recent tornado.
You're right.
It was on
12
the
years
11th.
ago.
Oh, you're not talking about the 66?
No, you're right. The 66 one was on the 8th. I'm talking the one 12 years
You're
ago.
right, John.
I wasn't alive for that one. No dating on that one, thanks.
Yeah, quickly cut on, you were talking about two.
Yeah, I caught on that immediately.
Yeah,
The
no,
same month.
you're right, yeah.
Yeah, it visited my house.
Oddly enough, both of them took a similar path, though.
Oh,
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They did. But 2 days before that, I think we had that big old hailstorm here.
Yep. And then that morning one?
Yeah.
I see at home, that alleyway is, it hit 47 and then 30 something. So
Yeah.
it hit the barn was 47. Yeah, that's the path.
Well, they had a couple of phone clouds up in Marshall and Nemaha County Tuesday night.
Right. Any items for the joint city county meeting, gentlemen?
That one, and along with the intergovernmental one that's down below it there. I think you received an email
Yeah,
too from Linda
from
Cook.
Linda Cook.
I did respond back to her on that. There is some discussion and some thoughts on what's going to happen with this CARES Act fund, money that's moving through the state back to this local area. As we speak right now, there isn't much to really talk about because it was just signed into law Tuesday. Revisers usually take about 48 to 72 hours to get it on the books, although they're trying to expedite this one. And then those guidelines and foundations will be set. I would assume by the time we get to both of these meetings, there'll be something definitive. But we just need to figure out, Linda's, of course, K-State is doing the intergovernmentals this year and was just wanting to know who from Riley County wants to discuss that topic.
Well, and right now, it's, Marvin and I were talking, it's just too early. We don't know
Yeah.
any specifics.
I know.
So we can't,
Yeah,
in an educated manner, go in and say, we say, yeah, we
I would
think we're getting about
assume-
this much, but we
yeah.
don't know how it's gonna be
Right.
distributed. I know
Right.
the city of Manhattan, at least has talked about with their department heads about maybe hiring a consultant, but remember, the money's gonna come to Riley County.
Right.
And so.
The
I
deal
think
there
it's
too is I do know that it will come in 3 parts. Well, whatever that funding is, it should be right around about $14.5 million, maybe a little shy, maybe a little north of that. But it'll come in 3 parts. To divide that by 3, the first is supposed to be mid to late July. And then another component, and it has to be spent by the end of the year. That's all I know about it right now. I know we have a recovery task force meeting this afternoon. I didn't see on the agenda anybody's definitively speaking about that, but that's going to come up. So
Tammy and Clancy and I are watching it.
Okay.
So like I say, it's just early right now.
Yeah.
Everyone's
Okay.
excited about it, but we just don't know the details.
Yeah, the first email I received says, well, how are you gonna distribute $194 per person? That's what Linda Cook said.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
we don't know that.
And they're saying they're appropriating it that way. They're not saying you're to spend it exactly that
Right.
way. I mean, there's various ways we distribute funds from Riley County to all the public entities on a regular basis. And so we'll have to see what the parameters are for
Sure.
this. It's gonna be much
I
different
mean,
than that.
just maybe for point of reference, if you wanted to try to get just a foundational basis at this point in time. Of course, Sedgwick County and Johnson County got theirs separately, and that's because they have a county population of
Yeah.
over 500,000. Each one of them have put together strategic plans. I mean, you could take bits and pieces of that or parts of that. There's some things, particularly with the Johnson County one, that's maybe a little problematic, but let's kind of look to see how that may or may not work. But like I said, there will be those extra state and extra federal guidelines that'll be incorporated into it. But if you wanted to get a point of reference just to be proactive, maybe that's discussion. But by the time we get to a joint county, which is the Thursday before this meeting for the intergovernmental meeting, which is on the 21st, I assume some of those lines will be filled in. We just need to figure out who wants to talk about that. I will mention on the intergovernmental meeting, I have a 1:30 doctor's appointment, so I may have to leave early depending on how that discussion goes. I've already scheduled that 3 times. I'm not going to do it a 4th time. So,
Tammy, let's reach out to Johnson and Sedgwick and kind of see if we can get a contact there, someone that's knowledgeable, because they should have more
I'm on the
information.
board with the one from Johnson County. I'll contact her for sure.
Yeah.
And the other one I took a class with, so.
Because that's a good point. They're starting to have to implement it a lot earlier than the rest of us, so they should have some information.
yeah,
for
that's
us.
what I've got a copy of Sedgwick counties already. I can forward it to both of you if you
Do
want.
that, that'd be great.
And I could reach out to the Johnson County Commissioner I know, but if you already got contacts.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Tammy's got,
It's the financial person, so.
Oh,
she
okay,
should
okay.
definitely have it.
sounds
Is that
good.
Penny?
So,
Penny is her name? Somebody else.
all of you want to attend the intergovernmental luncheon?
Is that gonna be Zoom again, or is that be?
I do not know.
I don't either.
I would assume.
It is
I would
gonna be Zoom.
imagine.
I'll plan on it, it's fine, yeah.
And I guess that leads to the question for us, how do we want to do the joint county meeting? Because that's here this time. Do we want to do that via Zoom?
I think, at least for the time being, we need to offer that. I think
Yeah.
there's still a lot of people that feel more comfortable in that venue, and so I think we need to continue to offer that.
Okay, I was going to suggest the same thing. So
Yeah.
that's fine with me.
Okay,
You might pass that along to Potawatomi and Manhattan, and that's what we're going to do.
Yep, we will do that. We will do that. Ready for the minutes when the board is.
okay. Go to page 1.
Yes, again. Still up in the air.
Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7.
On page 7, at the bottom of my, well, it's right before page 7, there it says, actually, the board agreed by consensus to increase the Veterans Coalition $1,000. We increased it $100.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Just take off a 0.
Page 8. Page 9. Page 10.
Make a motion, we accept the minutes as amended.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
tentative agendas look, gentlemen.
Fine.
Pretty good.
Any items for next week's press conference?
Mentioned when Kevin was here earlier, I got a call, it's been Monday, late Monday or Tuesday, from my person in Potawatomi County.
Mm-hmm.
And wanted to thank Corey and Kevin for, that's Gary. Wanted to thank IT for the response as far as the cameras and everything involved with what we're doing. And they said it was right on the ball and information to him and also to the county. So he thought they were just admirable. Did a
Okay.
great job.
I would concur.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey Haley, how did you like with how we've done, because you missed a couple times and you got to view it good and all?
Yeah, very clear sounding and
Okay,
I think it was, and easy to do on YouTube.
Yeah.
Clear.
Good.
Good.
Thank you.
Well, it's like as soon as the concrete cures on the north side of 6 and Fort Riley Boulevard, they'll be able to speed traffic to the roadblock at the west end then.
Yes, they will.
That whole setup there looks more complicated than what I initially thought it needed to be, but they are kind of running the water line and stuff down there to get ready for the storm sewer. I was just talking to a gentleman who's doing all that down there this morning, so.
Yeah, they got past it, so
Yeah.
they got the pavement and the curb and everything. It's just got a cure now, and then they can open that section up, but where are you gonna go?
Yeah. They got on it and working on it pretty fast. I give
Yeah,
them
they
credit
did a
for
good
that.
job on
Yeah,
that for
they
making
really
that
did.
pipe is.
Yeah. Good job.
You have several streets blocked off. Each street, side road.
It's not hunting season, so that means it's construction season, so.
And they got Sunset closed off.
I think I'm kind of with you on that. It's a little bit cooler anyway.
Yesterday was nice. Clancy?
Yep,
Morning,
time for
Commissioner.
Clancy.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
As far as an update, continuing to work on various items for the countywide upgrade of the emergency radio system. There are plenty of documents on various and sundry topics being generated. And about every time I turn around, Pat has something new to spring on me with that, but it's all appropriate. And that's going well. Continuing to work on, obviously, on issues involving the firing range to get the final documents in place for that. And other projects as assigned, obviously, through both commissioners and through department heads. Be glad to answer any questions you've got.
At the moment, I don't have any.
I do have one in regards to possible next local order, which I guess would be next Wednesday if we're tracking right. Has there been any talk or discussion about where that may or may not go at this point in time, or is it just too early?
Well, there's nothing, I won't say it's too early to talk about it or think about it, but there isn't anything that's, Julie has mentioned to me that there needs to be any change right at the moment. I'm sure their command staff meetings are probably dealing with things much as the group that you're a part of. And I'm just not aware of anything underway right now. That doesn't mean they're not talking about it.
Sure.
Hey, David, I see you're on the line. Is there anything you can add to that?
Really, I don't have anything to add. We're kind of in a holding pattern right now. And I believe the way the order is written, will automatically go to the next phase of opening up the groups more next week. So, but yeah, we discussed it a little bit yesterday, and we came away with a consensus that there's nothing at this point that's going to change.
Okay. We had a task force meeting this afternoon at 2:00. I had a feeling that might, considering everything that already occurred, would probably come up. So
Yeah, absolutely.
just trying to be proactive.
Absolutely.
That's all.
Commissioners, unless you have something.
That's all I had.
I don't have anything more.
Thank you.
Next one, we have Gary Fike at 9:20.
Okay.
Speaking of, did I hear right? At least the fair part of everything is a go?
Yeah.
Sounds like
Okay.
it.
I don't know about the amusement side of it yet, but
Don't know about food vendors or carnivore.
Yeah, that's the important part of the food vendors. You go fair.
gotta get that turkey leg and funnel cake, right?
Exactly. Priorities.
I'll get back to Linda if you want on that. Let everyone know.
That's Matt to me.
Okay.
Tell her I signed it. We'll get back. Vice
Good what?
chair. It's his vice chair because I was busy.
It's it's where I did recognize the generational difference. The tornadoes come about, about that many years apart. But actually, the June 11th one, I restored a house, rebuilt a house up in Miller Parkway too, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember bits and pieces. I remember driving out on the west side of town, right in the middle of that, and it was pitch black dark, with the exception of the emergency light that was up there at the Westview Church up there on the hill. And there was spiral rain that was coming in sideways to the light there, and I thought, ooh, that's not good. I got up as far as the Soil Conservation Department up there, the parking lot up there, and there was a RCPD officer sitting up there, and it's like, yeah, that's coming in just north of us here. It wasn't about that long. You could feel the RFD coming in for that storm, and it was kind of pushing all the vehicles that were there, not trying to knock them over necessarily, just push them. And I'm like, yeah, this is probably not the best spot to be.
You're talking about the one in 08?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I
came
it.
back down K18, and as I was coming back through,
What time was that, John?
it was about 10:30 at night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was later in the evening.
Because I had a new company, my electrician that was doing my jobs for me. I knew he was down in the island. He was on a cruise or on vacation, so he just up there. And so I grabbed my wife and we took off. I think it was later. Anyway, it was late, but I wanted to go up to see if he had damage. See, the insurance company don't cover
Yeah.
after the tornado if it rains in or whatever. So I started up Amherst, couldn't get through, so I went around, and I remember just about Bridge, or just north of Bridge, I ran over something. It's dark, pitch black, and there's tree limbs and stuff in the road where it crossed.
Yep.
And then I headed back home and then had to wait till the next day to go up.
Well, remember, it all but just about wiped out Chapman first.
Yeah, that's
Then it
what.
got just north of I-70 there, and it recycled over Fort Riley and Ogden, and then somewhere in between there and the airport, it
Yeah,
touched
it
back
did.
down.
Yeah.
Came back down
I
this way.
I was up there listening to it, watching it, the weather on the TV. I went outside the house, and I was looking towards where it was supposed to be coming. And I watched the top of the trees start moving, the middle of the trees start moving. It was ended up like the bottom ones would start moving. I went in the house. I no sooner closed the door and got in the house and headed downstairs than it hit the house. I mean, it
That's how I usually do it.
bang, bang,
I went to-
transformed
it
to
was-
lightning and all the stuff.
Looking at the route, I actually went to the basement. I normally don't in a tornado if I know the direction of path, all that, but this one, when it hit Chapman and we're headed, why I went to the basement, so.
You know what the most ironic thing about that storm was? It caused quite a bit of damage up on the university, but the only actual building it damaged and destroyed was the wind erosion lab. Of all buildings that a tornado could possibly wipe out, that was the one it had to be.
Water, hardware,
Yeah.
donated tools to everybody.
They sure
Because it
did.
took it, ripped
I,
that
uh,
store
I
down.
got them out real well on that one. I went to their cleanup then, and I bought, I still got them, huge boxes of cabinet hardware and a couple bucks and transport chain and then buckets. $5 or $10 or probably $150 for the chain in there. I didn't know how many feet had been cut off, and so it was good and wasn't good because I still have all that stuff. So I did contribute monetarily to a small group.
Yeah.
It was a pretty good time to get a Honda or Toyota too, if you
Oh, yeah.
planned that one out right.
It, put a 2x6 through my roof.
On the Richard Chris house up there in the villa, next to the electrician, the 2-6 came straight down through the roof and right through the island. And old Robert Legness is with me, and he says, Richard, he said, well, why did you not say, I'd just leave that? He said, you can put some hooks on there and hang your pots and pans.
That, I can't remember her name, but she lived up North Dartmouth there off of Amherst. You go up, solid brick house, it tore it all up. I mean, it ruined it down. They rebuilt, but it was something else. In Alabama, when I was living there, that tornado hit, I think it's Camille, hit the coast. And tornadoes form on land and stuff, and it ripped my front door right off. So, yes. There's something else.
Yeah, 66, why, after we loaded up the guard trucks and, it was late, headed up to college, where I was sitting on the student union, all the deuce and a halves, and we thought we was gonna get sent to Topeka, and, they had plenty, so it devastated Jardine, so they put us over there, and I asked the Sarge, I said, where are my bullets? I'm not getting any ammunition. I said, well, I was supposed to guard from looters. He said, just yell bang.
Yeah, that was like when the music hall there on campus where McCain is now, when that burnt down. And K-State at that time didn't have many police. I think it had
It
one
got
officer.
cold that night,
It got cold that night.
really cold. We drug a barbecue grill underneath one of the concrete stairways.
Yeah, and they took the ROTC guys like me and out of the purging rifles, and they made us walk that night. So I was up 1 o'clock in the morning, Saturday
All that
morning,
information you were talking
guarding
about.
that thing.
Gentlemen, those are all the packets of information that through the years, the commission has reviewed.
Didn't we just get these here a month or two ago?
Not sure you got all of them, so I wanted to be sure you had a complete packet.
Oh,
I
okay.
do think,
Given the inquiry we just recently got.
Yes, I saw that. How many trees now?
good, I got something to do this weekend.
I thought you may have had one of them for sure, so I want to be sure you had everything in case you get questions.
I do think I think I do have a copy of that top one, but, can you have somebody empty the shredder bin? Might be time to empty a recycling bin along with it too.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
If a work order for this or not, but the commissioners would like the recycle bin and the shredder bin empty, please, at some point in time. No hurry today. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Perfect.
That was great going.
All right.
Good.
Talking about that, that tornado in 08, my son lives south of Lee School, and I was up there after it went through at midnight or 1 o'clock with tarps on
Yeah.
the roof,
Yeah,
and it was dark.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
the whole
was.
town, I mean, it knocked power out the entire, pretty much the entire
trying
town.
to make sure I didn't find the edge of the roof, you know,
Yeah.
but we got, because he had some limbs, a big tree that just shot him right down through
Yeah.
the roof. We were
I came
pulling out and covering everything up.
I came back through the west part of town on K-18 and came probably up by Westwood by the high school, came back down to 17th Street and cut across there. And you could see it come on campus as it was popping the transformers along the way there. You could see the big flashes dissipated right on top of the hill. I remember waking up the next day and outside of the house there was just roof shingles and insulation, just pieces of debris that were all kind of buttoned up to the very west end of the structure there. And it's just like, wow.
It just amazed me, you know, as I lived like 15 miles north of town,
Mhm.
and I was driving in, and it was like, how'd that stuff get in the fields out here? And I was like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, well, they had pictures up in Nebraska. There had people find stuff
Yeah.
up in Nebraska that they turned into photographs and stuff.
It was rated an EF4.
Not
Pretty
much.
powerful.
Things that would carry a long ways, like it was like insulation out there and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Next day, I kind of took a little cruise up there on Amherst, just kind of a look at the devastation there. There was one house up in Miller's Ranch that had a top part of a driveway here, and it was kind of leveled back down to the garage. And they said that they had a little blue Dodge Dakota. I don't remember if it was a 2-door or 4-door. I don't remember, but they had it parked on top of the driveway there. When the storm came in, it picked it up, turned it sideways, and planted it in the side of the garage. I just thought to myself, wow, the power it takes to do. I mean, it was halfway into the garage.
There was one house that I looked at, give an estimate on, it was not all gone, but the 16-foot garage door had been turned and in the door going into the house and bent down the hallway, bent in an L.
Mhm.
It just,
Yeah, with all that power, there was one up there on Amherst. The house was leveled.
Mhm.
The only thing left was the mantelpiece on the fireplace. And it was a very still day that morning. It wasn't blowing a lot. But there was a picture, one kind that you dig and you cardboard, and you set the picture on the mantle in the center. That was still sitting on the mantle with all the wind and everything else. And so you never know how that works, but it just leveled that house.
That's hard to go up and write up a report on a big building south of Oldsburg, or south of, Westmoreland, up in the hill there, the huge hog barn building that's framed up and ready to be skinned, and they thought it was a tornado, and then collapsed, and they wanted the insurance company wanted to know if it was well braced and all this kind of stuff. And when I went up with the insurance man and reviewed it, the ironic thing was a huge building, all the trusses were busted, it was all laying flat. But the strong barn, the metal was not held down or anything, wasn't disturbed at all.
Mm-hmm.
2 piles of metal out in front of the building had been touched.
Yeah. They really did good last night. Doris made cookies for everybody. She had a great big thing of cookies last night because it was the first time back that we're meeting. And so,
Did you guys meet while?
We were Zoom.
You were Zooming?
Last
Okay.
few times. This was, like I said, it was our first time back together. And two members had some health issues.
Sure. No, I understand. Everybody just kind of had different models of how they were trying to kind of work through it. So.
Morning, Gary and John.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you gentlemen?
All gone, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat recent.
Pretty young.
He makes it look pretty fast.
You know what?
Yeah,
I
he
get
does.
flack both ways.
Yeah.
The wife gets mad when it's gone, but then when I have it, people are like, "You look like a homeless man." So,
We know better than that. We know better. Well, I heard at least partial good news. We'll have some sort of an in-person fair, right?
that's what we're gonna talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excited for that. And I guess I gotta prepare for some pie.
You better give it to Blackberry this year, I guess.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Because when were we? Strawberry?
Strawberry last year.
Okay.
And at first I thought, man, there's not much you can do with that. Boy, was I wrong.
Wasn't there like a strawberry basil?
Yeah.
Or something strange?
Yeah. And it was actually one that I think finished in the top 3.
Okay.
They did a good job mixing all those unique flavors.
Was there strawberry rhubarb pie?
Oh, yeah.
There was.
last year?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was a
my
strawberry
wife
chocolate
makes those a
rhubarb.
lot.
Oh, that's good.
That's a family favorite.
And they did it like in a red, white, and blue type of design and stuff
yeah?
too. So the visual of it was.
Was the white part vanilla ice cream or?
I think they used some type of a whipped
Oh,
type
yeah.
of cream. I think it was homemade too, so it was real thick and dense, but it was good. It was good.
Strawberry rhubarb is good.
Oh, man.
My twin daughter is quite the baker too, and she's got like a pie crust mastered, and I contend that you gotta have a good pie crust and it's all the difference in the world.
I've determined there's no bad pie. There's just some's better than others. Depends what you like.
Pie crust makes a huge difference for me at least. But yeah.
You ever come to the Flush Picnic?
No.
You need to because it's all homemade pie. There's no Mrs. Smith's frozen pies. It's all homemade pies.
I've missed the last couple of times I've missed it.
Yeah.
I probably haven't been for 5 or 6 years, but a couple of years consecutively I went.
It's not like
It's worth
going
it.
up to the Randolph 4th of July celebration, the same thing up by the church, the pie and
Yeah,
ice cream.
there is.
Yeah.
Both homemade ice cream and homemade pie.
Yeah.
And I always like going there because I never get gooseberry, and there's always gooseberry pie there.
We were just talking about gooseberry pie.
The great thing about that too is I've looked for this is the 3rd year now, and can't find peach ice cream anywhere. And up there, I get a great big piece of fresh, hot peach pie, homemade, and 2 honking big scoops of Pete's ice cream homemade. And that just caps the day. That's just,
That's
Go
living
home
there.
and take it out.
Yep. Did hear Emporia is canceling their fireworks celebration. Fourth of July celebration. Fireworks, yeah.
The Iowa State Fair canceled
Well,
yesterday.
My
State
family.
Fair did?
State Fair.
Wow.
Family's down in Emporia. We were down there last weekend, just talked about the economic impact of canceling the Dirty Kansas.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just how
yeah.
big
Oh,
the
yeah.
celebration that
My
is.
nephew's a big participant in that.
Yeah.
He's a big bike rider.
Brings in thousands of people.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
That was
Yeah,
the
he's
cool.
my nephew's one of the best in the area there. He's big into that.
I mean, people come from France.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Europe,
Different
Yeah.
countries.
Huge.
I remember them breaking that down. We had that Northeast Kansas officials luncheon that down there, and that was a big,
It is.
big deal. Yeah.
Ready, Marvin?
Yes, I am ready, sir.
Ready, Gary?
All right.
Too busy
Hold
talking,
on.
too busy talking to look at the time.
Package deal.
It's a package deal. We're associates. So thank you for having us again. We kind of called this late notice, but we decided that, this has been a very long and arduous process on deciding what we're going to do, and everyone is asking, so we just decided to have this press release, but only following a meeting with Julie Gibbs did we decide to do this last Friday. We met with her out at the Fairgrounds, and we felt like we just needed to make some kind of an announcement. You already know there's no rodeo in 2020. Cobb Valley Rodeo decided to postpone until 2021. The carnival, we still don't know, but I have left that, I made the communication with both Julie and Danny Ottaway. You two decide that, because we don't decide that. Fair Board doesn't decide it, Extension doesn't decide it, so we still don't know about that. Hopefully, by the end of June, we will know that, but we have to proceed with advertising and other things and letting our 4-H families know and our volunteers, our judges know what we're going to do. So after this meeting that we had with Julie, we decided to proceed with the 4-H fair. It's going to be pretty much normal. Now, John will discuss more of those details later and tell you kind of what we're planning to do. But we're going to start on July 23rd, which is a Thursday, and our original start date for the fair. That is the day when the 4-H members will bring their exhibits in, when the livestock will arrive, all of the shows, all of the judging events that the kids will participate in will be face-to-face with social distancing in place. And of course, just as it is in Manhattan and Riley County, face masks are optional. If you want to wear them, you can, 4-Hers, judges, parents, whoever. And so that will go on as normal. Our livestock shows will happen like they normally do. Our livestock sale will happen as it normally does. There are some events that we've done in the past that we will not do this year. The kids' pedal tractor pull will not happen. We will not have the entertainment tent, or there will not be live entertainment, but the tent will still be up so people can get in and be under a shade when they're outside. And we will also not have the Fair Olympics, which typically happens on Monday, that John coordinates with our 4-H members and is kind of a big fun event. So there are some of those kinds of things that we will not do, but the 4-H portion of the fair, with Julie's direction that we had on Friday, will continue as normal. We are going to use traffic flow signs inside of Potter's Hall. We will have signs up to ask people to do social distancing. So it's not much different than going to a grocery store, a big box store in Manhattan today. So those kinds of things will be in place. Of course, that's all voluntary. We will have more hand washing stations this year and fewer porta potties because the rodeo isn't happening, and most of those were down at the rodeo arena. We will have more of those around up closer to Potter's Hall. The judges have been hired, the superintendents have been notified, and John sent out emails along with Brandy to our 4-Hers telling them what we're planning to do. We've communicated with our fair vendors, and we've said, If you want to go ahead and send in your reservation, your payment, do it now. We sent that out on Monday. If the carnival does not come and you want to back out, we're going to allow them to do it with a 100% refund. We're not going to charge them a thing because their business is going to be dependent, of course, on crowd size. And let's face it, the amusement brings most of the people to the fair. So it will be a much smaller crowd, we think, of course, if it's just a 4-H fair, but that's the part we're in charge of, us and the fair board. So we'll work on that. I'm going to turn the floor over to John because he's going to talk a little bit about other details surrounding the 4-H event, and then we'll open it up for questions for whoever. So.
Yeah, and Gary covered a lot of ground, kind of took some of my thunder. But what we're looking at right now is, we're looking at people. About dealing with people. And, we know the fair works. We've seen it happen over the course of many years. We know how the flow of everything works. Gary mentioned one of the 3 prongs, which is not only notifying the public as they come into our exhibitor spaces that they will need to practice social distancing. We're going to not limit the flow, control the flow of people throughout our exhibitor spaces. The other 2 deal specifically with our 4-H exhibitors and our judges and our superintendents for our various areas. So judges have already been put on notice. First and foremost, they were asked, with the way we're headed, do you still want to be a part of the fair? And the majority of them have come back and said, let's go. As far as precautions go for both judges and our 4-Hers, they will all judge at 6 foot or more apart. So our setup for the judging component, which the public is not a part of, is going to look a little different this year. There may be some challenges that come with that 6 foot distance, but we're going to pull it off. It'll be just fine for 2020. In addition, one of the big choke points is intake day or intake days. So when all those families are bringing in, everything from livestock to exhibits, they're interacting with the superintendents, and there's just people on top of people. So one of our challenges this year is going to be staggering those out. We don't know yet if it'll be by club or if it'll be by project area, staggering out those intake times so that people are not on top of one another. Obviously, repeating to remind people as you are coming into our spaces, you practice social distancing, wear masks if you feel more appropriate doing so. So that's where we're headed. One thing that should probably just be thrown out there, because I don't know what the next month is going to hold, is, should state and local government say, whoa, we've seen things go in an opposite direction, and maybe it's time to take us a couple steps back. We do have a plan B ready to roll out. What that would look like is we would still allow our 4-Hers to exhibit. It would be a come and go type of thing. They would be judged at a distance, but that project would come in, judge, go home. Nothing would be out of par or fall. Plan B would also be a non-public event. It would just be, over the course of that week, things would come in. No public would be allowed to come in and interact in any way. And really, there's not going to be any exhibits there for them to see anyways. So that's kind of back in the side stage. If we need to roll that out, we'll roll that out. But the way things are progressing, I hope that we can go with our plan A.
Our plan A.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about it is, if something happens, if something blows up and we have to go to plan B, the kids will at least get the opportunity to exhibit. There won't be any open class if that's the case. We'll just judge 4-H exhibits, but it gives them an opportunity to get their projects evaluated by an expert, and they can learn more from that. And that's what it's all about, is trying to learn about what they're doing and learn more through the project process. So we don't want to do plan B, but if we have to, we have to.
As a part of a plan B, even though you don't have, the physical exhibits there, can you do something virtually that then could be put on a website or through other social media?
This is a great question, and has come up several times on, are there things even with plan A that we could potentially virtualize to allow, people that maybe can't or don't want to make it out to see? And we are looking into that. So that may be a part of plan A. If we are in plan B, that may be a part of that as well. Okay. And I think it's being done successfully in other, we have all become experts in using Zoom. And using
I don't know about experts,
okay,
but we're getting there. Let's just put it that way.
Somewhat comfortable with using that. So possibility.
I think it's a good idea. I think you'd have a lot of grandparents,
That's-
maybe not in the community, that
that's-
love the opportunity, that even if it's in person, don't
Yep.
get the opportunity.
I didn't want to say grandparents, but that's kind
I mean,
of
really?
the audiences we had in mind. And would not only benefit them, but would benefit us because it would thin out numbers and help to kind of easily control them.
Yeah.
So,
Ron?
Will there be food at Potter Hall there in case the vendors don't come through?
Well, you take that one.
In Plan A.
That's another question. So Plan A currently is involving a food vendor at Potter's Hall and would not be staffed by 4-H members or volunteer groups. They would have their own paid staff.
Yeah, okay.
So, but that's still in negotiation because that party is not exactly certain what they want to do either. But we want to have some kind of food vendor there. And we have had a couple food vendors who have told us, we're going to come no matter what, because Riley County Fair has always been good to us. And unless we have to go to Plan B, and then probably not going to happen.
In terms of booths and everything, I forget where we were at on that. Are you allowing those?
Well, yeah, that's all vendors. When I talk about booths, so that's food vendors and political parties, educational folks and things. So we will allow those. Plan A, yeah, it's no problem. So you can send in your booth fees and we'll hold them until we know.
Are you planning any type of different spacing or?
At this time, no. You know, if we're on Plan A, and we talked about this with Julie, for instance, in the food part, where most of the food booths are, that's going to be really difficult to police. Just like it would be difficult to police inside of a big box store. If John's standing there looking at Cheetos, you know, and I go by him and do this, I mean, we're going to ask people to use common sense and try to keep that in play. And I think most people will.
Yep.
Any other questions?
No, I think they took everything I was gonna say.
Remains to be seen. So-
Yeah, right. So we'll
Good
look
luck
for
with all
directions
those
from
changes.
you if
Thank you.
things change, and Julie, of course, so.
If there's any group of people I know that can pull this off one way or the other, it's you guys.
All the brains
Appreciate
of
that.
this guy
Appreciate
here.
that.
Yeah,
That's not the truth.
yeah, so.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your support, guys.
Hey,
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great day,
You
guys.
too.
Shiloh is up. Where is she?
Let me bring this up for you, Shiloh.
We warmed him up for you.
All right. I hope they don't have as many questions for me as they did for me.
I guess I better throw that list away.
No, it's not shared screen, but I just thought it would be beneficial for the board and you going over numbers. It can be a shared screen, but it isn't. There you go, man. I know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Shiloh Hager, Riley County Treasurer, and I'm here to report the May revenue numbers. So the first thing you have is, of course, our balance sheet that shows our general fund balance at the end of May was $20,501,265.40. And comparatively to 2019, we had a balance in the general fund of $17,512,607.32, which is a difference of $2,988,658.08. For all funds, we ended the month with a balance of $78,894,292.67. And in 2019, we had a balance of $81,140,451.29, which is down just over 2.2 million. Our investment income at the end of May, the net amount to the general fund year to date was $282,690.58, which represents 62.82% of what was budgeted, and is through May is 21.15% over budget, over what was budgeted. The interest rate on the checking account at the end of May was 0.12%. And our, this highest CD bid we received in May was for 0.53%. So this number here, I'm sure it's going to be even tough to reach the 450,000 that we had budgeted if the interest rates stay like they are. And year to date, we have 13,262.07 worth of interest on the Sunflower Bank account. Our general fund revenues for May, you can see here that we did do the distribution for the June distribution. And so it'll show you what was, sorry, I keep hitting that button and it covers it up, where we are, where our variances are. You'll see in motor vehicle, there's a variance of 131,000. I think I've mentioned before, those months that we were closed is going to affect the amount of motor vehicle taxes that we collected. The June distribution represents March 1st through May 15th. So the bulk of that, we were closed. So we had, a lot of renewals, but very little title work.
I was curious on that, as the new emergency declaration is September 15th, right? And they're allowing a 90-day gap.
So the executive order that controls that is set to expire June 30th.
Okay.
It was June 30th, when it was rescinded, June 30th, or at the end of the emergency declaration, whichever is sooner.
Okay.
So right now it's sitting to expire June 30th, which gave them a 60-day extension. So August 29th would be the last day that people would be able to come in and renew or register vehicles without any penalties.
Okay. So I was just wondering if that was going to be 60 days or 90 days after September. We're actually getting almost into another fiscal year.
Correct.
How would that work? But we're good.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
good.
We're good.
Yes.
Okay. We're good there.
So right now, and I did have that on my notes, right now, we had a meeting with the Department of Revenue, and unless something changes, that executive order will expire June 30th, and the 60 days would be August 29th.
Okay.
So we should see then with our September and October distributions, a higher amount of distribution of motor vehicle taxes as we get those caught up. You can see ad valorem is about 305,000 less than what was budgeted through this distribution period. When we get down to just monthly numbers, you can see we're 1.45% under budget for the month of May alone. But we are sitting through May 31st, 1.45% over budget year to date. So we're just right there on, right on track. Now, like next month will be, when I present the sales tax numbers, will be the April numbers. So next month we'll definitely see a decrease, especially here in sales tax. And then we have collected 84.49% of the budgeted revenues for the general fund year to date. Any questions on any of that?
No.
Okay. So sales tax, the May sales tax represents March sales. We deposited $267,134.42, which we have budgeted $250,000 each month. So, so we are over budget just slightly for the month. You can see here that there's a 13.66% decrease from what our sales tax numbers looked like last year. And year to date, we are still sitting at 8.11% over budget for sales tax year to date.
But that could change next time.
That could change next time.
Good.
I'll wager on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll bet on your optimism on that one. You got to keep in mind on that March, that's keeping in mind straight with about 2/3 of the month in mind. It's the last third of the month that did it in, so.
I know.
It'll be difficult.
Correct.
It's gonna be difficult.
And so here you can see our year-to-date comparatively. So year-to-date sales tax is just up 0.32% compared to May of last year. May is down 3.39% compared to April. And you can see here all of the various entities, and I can point out here is supermarkets. So they were still, it was a pretty big increase of percentage from last year to this year.
Is there any way, I know there's issues with trying to collect sales tax on them, but there's any way of getting, or maybe it's on there and I'm not seeing it, online? Or
That doesn't
e-commerce?
break it out.
Doesn't,
Mhm.
okay.
No,
Because
I won't really be able to.
there's a
tell.
discussion to be had with that. And obviously with stay-home orders and quarantine or whatnot, I would assume the revenue there was pretty healthy. That would be my guess.
And it all depends on whether or not because we're still not operating, I don't believe, on where they have to pay sales tax if they're, unless they have a distribution center
Yeah, they have to have a
within.
brick and mortar,
Mhm.
brick and mortar model within the borders of the state. That's where we're at on that.
Statistics were showing that actually the increase didn't go up that much. They were
Didn't.
tracking it on a national level and it didn't really go up that much like people thought.
Yeah.
In mine.
So it pretty much stayed steady, which means those people that were,
I think it might have been like a 2% increase, but not, nothing huge.
okay. I just think that there's part of a discussion to be had there with that in terms of everything that's kind of occurred over the last 3 months. The story to be told.
So I'm going to hold on to one more month that we're right on track with revenue. So we will definitely see what next month has to show. So a couple other things I just thought I would go over with you this morning. I did run an abstract that compared our outstanding taxes for the 2019 tax year to the outstanding taxes at the same point in time for 2018. When I ran the report last week, we were at 4.38% of outstanding taxes for the 2019 tax year. Comparatively, we were at 3.27% of outstanding taxes for the 2018 tax year. So we're just behind, just a little over 1%. I will tell you that our year-to-date motor vehicle renewals are still down by about 1,200 transactions. And our year-to-date titles are also down 810 transactions. So that might just give you a little idea of what we might be looking at for customers to be coming in, between that June 30th and August 29th date. My current plan is to resume driver's license services starting on July 8th. I wanted to get past the end of the month, past the 4th of July holiday, and not start on a Monday. So that's a Wednesday. And we're still working through some processes as to how we're going to do that. We're going to encourage customers to text themselves in line before they come down. I'm working with QList to change our messaging to ask them to remain in their car or outside of the building until they actually get called in. Because right now, driver's license transactions, we are turning a lot of people away. The full service office is currently open by appointment only. And as of yesterday, I believe their earliest appointment was like July 13th. So I suspect that we will get inundated with driver's license services, our customers, but we are going to really encourage them to wait somewhere other than within the office until they wait for their time. We are also looking at some protocols. The state did give us an eye chart that we can put up on the wall instead of using the eye machine. That'll just give us one less thing that we have to worry about cleaning and that kind of thing. So we're still working through those procedures. But once we do start driver's license services, we'll have to move the bin inspector back out to the middle. So we'll probably only have one person from my staff manning that reception area at that time, so. But I think that's all I have for this month. Any questions?
Hey, Mary had another compliment for you. She had an appointment to get her handicap deal taken care of the other day. I noticed my son is due in August, so, and of course, being physically handicapped, is that something that can be done online or?
It can actually be done through the mail. You can just or even you can drop it off with us and we'll mail it back out.
He can do it by mail, why I'll have him go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
then, so, yeah.
Yep, he should have received the renewal notice that it's time to renew, because those renew every 5 years. So.
Yeah, his funny due August the 20th, so I assume before long here, I'll probably be getting a notice in. So.
And if you don't, Ron, just let me know. I'll be
Okay.
happy to send you the form, and that can be done through the mail. He can mail in the form, and then we'll send him out new ones, and he just needs to destroy the old ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks,
Yeah.
Charlotte.
In your conversations with the Department of Commerce and the various state agencies, have they indicated any, not financial help, but just logistical and resource help in terms of trying to get through what's going to obviously be busy up here to try to catch up, because we can procrastinate, we typically do.
Sure.
So.
No, not really. The only thing that the Department of Revenue did say on our call yesterday was they did ask the treasurers if any of them felt like 60 days was not going to be enough time to get caught up. And I'm guessing that maybe some of the larger counties thought that was not, 60 days may not be enough time. So like I said, tentatively, the date is August 29th, but that is subject to change. Here in Riley County, I do feel like that 60 days will be enough for us to get caught up. I think we'll be really busy those 60 days, but I think we'll be okay. And the problem is, the more you keep putting it out, the more people still wait. So I just don't, it's human nature. I just don't know what the right answer to that is.
Okay.
So.
It's just something we'll have to walk and track.
Any other questions?
I don't have any. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Charlotte.
you're
Thanks,
welcome.
Shiloh.
Yeah.
Jason, Janet, how are you guys doing?
Janet start.
It's time.
She's got presents.
I got a gift. It's the Army birthday, 245th
Yes.
birthday is Sunday.
Wow.
And we had a nice sponsor, Briggs Auto, bought cupcakes for the community since it's
Oh,
virtual.
my.
Oh, wow.
So we
I
have.
think I got an invite to that, but we've got a county officials luncheon, so I can't.
There we go. I have one
My goodness.
for C2.
Okay,
So
we'll
there-
get it. We'll get it.
No, we'll just keep that one.
Okay,
you know.
keep
I
it.
don't think you can see right now. So.
We'll look up there. Can you see that, Clancy?
So that's the first, there's the 103rd birthday for the 1st Infantry Division. I think it was Monday, and then Sunday is the 245th birthday of the United States Army. We are going to show the Army cake cutting from division, a replay of that tomorrow evening. And then also the Association of the United States Army has their national office is having a big to-do online with toasts and music and senior leadership. So maybe we'll see General Martin, and maybe we'll see Sergeant Major of the Army, Tony Grinston, old friends of the First ID there. I'm hopeful. So that's kind of exciting. So that's tomorrow night at 5:30 online. And if anyone has any questions or is interested or can, let me know, and I'll let you know how to hook into all of that. There's a couple of other things going on at Fort Riley. This Friday at 6 a.m., Fort Riley is going to move from HP condition or health protection condition Charlie to Bravo. And I was wondering when they were gonna move down a step, and they are. They're getting ready to do a lot of training. They've got some NTC rotations coming up. I know one's at the end of August, and I know a lot of folks from Fort Riley will be going to NTC. That means that there will probably be some deployments on the horizon. That's a certification process for deployment. So that should be on the horizon. So end of August and then September. Hopefully school will be back in and we won't feel it too much. Also, The division headquarters redeployed home from Poland. We've had about 80 to 100 there for at least 2 years. That switched out. That forward headquarters is now based out of Fort Hood, Texas, not here. Interestingly enough, since we have been in charge of it during General Kolashevsky's tenure here, his next job will be with the newly designated 5th Corps, which will be headquartered in Fort Knox, but that covers Poland and Eastern Europe. So he will be in charge of that. And that really makes sense considering he's been overseeing a lot of stuff in Europe. And then also, the 2nd Brigade is still on the Korean Peninsula. They're about halfway through their deployment. We've got one unmanned aerial vehicle company in the Middle East helping with our missions out there. All of the sustainment brigade teams that were helping across the country with COVID-19 mitigation, they are all home. And so a lot of people are home right now. This summer, it's summer, Army moving time. So the hospital will change out a week from tomorrow on the 19th. Colonel Brown is going to Fort Knox as well. He will be replaced by Colonel Edgar Arroyo. Then we also have at the division, Deputy Commanding General for Maneuver, Colonel Phil Brooks will be transitioning. He'll be the new Commandant of the Field Artillery School at Fort Sill. And we have Colonel Andrew Gainey coming in to be the new Maneuver Deputy, and he's coming from Washington, D.C. And that is next month as well. And then really, I think I was trying to think if there's anything. That's what I got. There's no MRC lunch on the 4th of the week of the 4th of July. Usually people are out of town that time of year, so we just don't do it then. I'm looking at August 5th, and hopefully we'll be live and in person. So that's exciting. And I'll get more information to you on that as it becomes available. But I'm going to turn it over to Jason now, unless you have any questions.
I don't.
Okay,
Thank you for all that. I haven't done that yet.
Thank you.
Have a handout. It's not near as enjoyable as Janet's was, but.
Thank you, sir.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here again, as we are every month. On TV this time for the first time, right? So we're TV stars this time. Just wanted to talk for a minute about our business retention and expansion program that we've initiated this year. We've talked about it before, but this week it went live. So the first letters to companies went out this week. Our goal is to have in-person or via Zoom, depending on what that particular business's rules are, interviews with 50 of our targeted employers, key employers in the community. It's based on software called Synchronist, and we were able to secure the software at no cost through a grant through Evergy and through their economic development group, and because it's obviously something that they're encouraging their communities to do. There's really two main goals of this program, obviously, other than making sure that you're constantly in front of your employers, but there's two main goals for the survey process. The first is to identify any key opportunities or hindrances that company may be facing at that moment. And an example I always use, because it's the most glaring example, a few years ago in another community where I was, we went down and were interviewing a business, and on the rankings, they put, I think, community permitting or something like that as a really low mark. And so we were able to immediately follow up and say, hey, can you walk us through why this is? And they said, yeah, we've been trying to get a permit to add on to our lab now for a year, and we can't get that done. And so we were able to call the city. There was a miscommunication between the architect and the city. And within a week, we had that permit done, and they were able to add on to their space. So those are the immediate things that you run into, or you run into somebody that says, hey, we're thinking about growing. What are some opportunities? And you're able to introduce them to state incentive programs or workforce initiatives, or maybe potential new training opportunities. So that's the immediate thing. The longer term is we are targeting 50 by the end of the year. In the spring, we will compile all the results. We don't report anything individually, it's kept confidential, but we compile all the responses, and we will put them into a report that we'll make available to our investors and to our elected officials, so they understand how the employers view and perceive the community as a place to do business. And so that helps policymakers make decisions going forward about how businesses perceive doing business in that particular area, or if there's some things that we need to do to correct misperceptions. Those are things that we can do as well. So we're very excited to get this started. You all met George Cant a couple months ago. George is leading this program for us. We are doing it in cooperation with Pottawatomie County. So any of those interviews we're doing with Jack Austin, with the Pot County Economic Development Corp as well. So it's not just limited to Riley County, it's to the Manhattan area. And I believe there are some other regional communities in Raleigh County that we're including in that if they have time. I can't remember off the top of my head, but we're not limiting just to the city limits. So other than that, the loan program has slowed down considerably as people have reopened. I should have checked these numbers before I left, but I think we've done about 5 or 6 loans since the last time I was here. We're down to maybe 1 application a week. So I think that's good news. And as people reopen, hopefully they'll be able to get caught back up. And as you remember, we put a 4-month deferral on all those loans so that people could get back up and operational. So we'll start working with those businesses in July for repayment. So other than that, any comments or questions? We're obviously interested in your thoughts. We are open. Our office is open. We're not operating full staff in office. People are working still. We have some still working remotely, but we do have somebody manning the front desk because that's obviously serves as the visitor center as well. So somebody's out at the front desk all the time. So.
How are you going to start working other meetings and events and lunches and all those things moving forward?
Yeah. So right now we're targeting July.
Okay.
We have a willing sponsor in a good location for our July after hours that we think we can have a pretty easy time social distancing and being comfortable for people regardless of kind of where they are in their own processes. It's at the country club, so it's a large space. And that's the after hours. We are planning to do Good Morning Manhattan in July as well. And we're trying to figure out the logistics of how that might work and where we could have that so people could social distance. But basically we're targeting July for return to our major events. The Tuesday morning coffees, it's a little tricky because a lot of the sponsors are in really small spaces. And so how can we integrate that in where maybe you can't host it or you can host it? So that one's a little trickier. And then of course, as Janet said, we're looking at our military fairs being back in person in August.
Okay.
And then we have our business awards in August, which is a new event. And it's August 21st, and it's a luncheon. So we sent out, this isn't the economic development side, this is the chamber side, but we sent out the request for nominees on Monday in our Monday morning memo. And so if you've got businesses you want to nominate, make sure you check that out. There's 5 different awards. There's a Lifetime Achievement Award. There's a Small Business of the Year Award. There's a Minority Owned Business of the Year, Tourism Business, and Entrepreneur, kind of entrepreneurial spirit is what we're calling it. So.
We'll check that out.
All right.
Good. Okay.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tammy at 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Pretty detailed form.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Just looking at it, it looks, what they're saying is that's not gonna be difficult to fill out, you know, so. It may do a lot of good.
cupcakes look like?
I guess it's the new Army logo for the Army. Yeah, I'm gonna take a snapshot of it here after a bit. She said that was Briggs that did those, that sponsored those.
I didn't
What'd you say? Briggs? I think that's what she
sponsor
said.
them.
that-
Briggs does a lot of sponsorship for them.
Russ is usually pretty good about that particular, that's the military side. I think it might be the first time I've ever had a cupcake in a fancy box.
And you actually got two of them.
Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Clancy.
It's all in the presentation.
I know, it's nice. It's extravagant. That'll go good with pizza.
Oh, you got a chocolate one, huh, Ron?
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you?
Vanilla.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's the chocolate one look like? Oh, okay. I'm gonna take a couple pictures of those, so don't eat them yet.
Oh,
That'll just sell out on pizza right now.
Commissioners,
yes.
let me just break in for a second, given the current discussion. My father served in the Army. My stepfather served in the Navy. Go Army. Are there any cupcakes left?
You have one.
You have one.
All right, good.
You want me to send it upstairs?
No, that's fine. Thanks.
Yeah, she usually does report, yeah.
Take time.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Tammy Robinson, Budget and Finance Officer. I'm here with the monthly cash flow statements first, and I'll be back with budget work session after that.
Didn't we just have one of those?
We did. I know you love them. You look forward to them every other meeting.
One way to end them,
Yeah.
just approve it.
That's true. That is a good point. Yeah, that is a good point.
So I'm gonna start with the CIP cash flows. We are at 41.67% into the year. Over here in the column for revenue and transfers in, you can see we had $1,977 of that radio interest income. It is dwindling because those funds are dwindling as we've come to a completion of the project. We should hopefully be done towards the end of June, beginning of July on the radio project if everything continues to go as it is. The $20,000 was the auction funds that you had approved earlier to be transferred into CIP. The expenditures for the month of May was $1,548,818. That is more than half of the total expenditures that have been spent year to date. Those funds were, as you know, the church that we purchased, a radio lease payment, which is $426,000 that we make every May. And then a couple of other items that have to deal with the radio lease was we purchased radios for EMS and emergency management this month as well. So with that, we have spent 27.39% of our budget. And we have collected all the revenue because basically that's that transfer in that we look at with just a little bit of interest, and there have been a few other things that have come in on that, so it does put us over the budgeted revenue. You can see here in the cash reconciliation box, our actual ending unencumbered cash is $7,308,210. However, with the projects we do have approved, at this point in time, we do have just over $3 million that are not reserved in any way or towards any project. That did go up a little bit from last month because we did have 2.8 million before, and the reason that is because we, about every quarter, I try to go through the projects and determine which ones are complete, which ones are still outstanding that have some funds on them. Did speak with Leon on those, and so you can see over here on the right-hand side, this is the completed projects over under approved estatements, and with that, we do have $202,058 that came in under the projected costs, excuse me. So you can also see here in the blue, those are your completed projects. So many more were highlighted in blue as being complete than prior month. Are there any questions on the CIP fund?
Commissioners, on the CIP, I think it's important to point out, since we're in the budget process and, we're asking the commissioners to consider allocating a large transfer to the CIP. It's easy to look at that and see that large balance in there, but remember, you guys had asked us not to present the regular quarterly CIP presentations, which means things on the long list that Tammy could give you, things that are unfunded, still haven't gone away. And you just get behind on replacing regular capital items like equipment and stuff that eventually is gonna need to be replaced. So by reducing the suggested transfer that we're talking about in CIP, because you see that balance there, does not get you farther ahead, it gets you behind financially and equipment wise. And so we're not having those sessions, of course, because of the current situation we're in, which is wise in case we need those monies for something else. But you have to remember that all of that money, our needs in CIP exceed that 3 million that we have sitting there.
Yeah, we do have just under 2 million non-funded equipment expenditures, and then also there's many large projects that are under that list as well. So here's just a quick depiction of where we are year-to-date against the budget. And then the county building cash flow, you can see some of the tax dollars were distributed and transferred into that fund in the month of May. And we had $37,367 expended in this month. That does equate to 27.74% of the budget having been expended. And you can see our ending unencumbered cash at this point in time is $264,337. And again, just a quick snapshot to show you where we are, budget against the year-to-date expenditures. Any questions on county building?
No.
Okay, the next one is the Economic Development Fund, and there was no activity for the month of May. So we remain at 67.11% of our budget having been expended, and our ending unencumbered cash is $197,138. We do still have projects out there of $195,696. So if we were to spend all those, and do remember that those are general economic dollars that are not designated towards anything. So unless you spend those, you will have more than that $1,442 at the end of the year. Any questions on that?
Nope.
Okay, and then again, just a picture to show you where we are from the year-to-date expenditures against the budget. The last one we'll look at is the sales tax fund. And you can see we had $133,567 deposited in sales tax revenue for the month of May, and we spent $69,943. That does put us at 3.12% having been spent of those budgeted dollars, and our ending unencumbered cash is the $4,382,921. However, we do still have estimated projects expected to be spent in the year of 2020, which would give us the remaining balance of $3,735,621. The next page just gives you a snapshot of what we've spent and year to date, as well as the projects that have been completed and any that have come in over or underestimated. And then again, just the graphical depiction to show you where we are year to date against our budget. Any questions on any of those?
None.
Okay, that's all I have for that. I'll be back in a few minutes with the budget work session.
Another thing, since we're talking and thinking about money, and Tammy just scrolled through that long list of road and bridge projects, something we're gonna have to address is the half-cent sales tax. And remember, if we don't have a half-cent sales tax in the future at some point in time, all of those monies are then gonna have to come out of CIP and public works and other areas. And so those additional revenue needs are not going to go away.
Nope.
Tammy, 1020.
Downstream, right?
Is it the one that got, because was the one stolen?
There's two.
Ron,
Two still.
it'd be a lot more, Ron, it'd be a lot more fun and exciting rather than feeding a catfish every day, a 5-foot alligator.
Yeah.
I've already ate that catfish.
You might have to throw down full hot dog packages rather than bits and pieces.
They like marshmallow. We were on a gator boat in Florida, and when they would throw out the marshmallows and they'd come up and eat them. It's crazy.
I think they'd be sadly disappointed with that, but evidently it worked.
They pulled one on the boat with us by catching one that way, so it was
Uh-huh.
about this big.
Uh-huh.
He's plenty big for me to
Be that close with?
They said, once you get their mouth shut, it's not such a big deal.
It's just as long as that mouth doesn't shut with you in it.
Exactly.
Thank goodness my stuff's all on the high side of my bank instead of on the low side, so it's pretty tough for them to climb my side, but give me a good advantage point to feed them though. You know what? People chum for fish, I wonder what that odor going down, I bet you I could probably draw them up my
Shut
way.
one up?
Yeah.
You try that.
Get you a little boat and take people out there to view it.
My boat's not big enough to handle me in one of them, so.
When we went to Japan, and we moved to Los Angeles, that was back 1948. We went to the San Diego Zoo. It's a great, great place. And there was a picture of me sitting on one of the alligators they used to use in the old Tarzan movies. Now, with me on that alligator, it looked big, but probably wasn't that. It was supposed to be an old,
Like a live alligator?
a live alligator.
So we got the person, we need to go find the one that
You
we're
know,
currently missing right
so-
here.
You sure your parents wanted you to come out of that picture?
I don't know. I don't know, but I'm there. They did photographs of that, and so it was a real one. And, but they had somebody there, watching that thing. He didn't have many teeth, but, that picture got
Wouldn't
lost.
need it since it's probably big enough to swallow you at that age.
It probably was, but
Those ones in Colorado, there's some 12, 15 footers and in the big pen, and you can see where when they eat, they just open and close their mouth. And sometimes I'm looking at the missing digits on various ones if they don't just accidentally get their neighbors. What do they call that thing? Claw foot?
They were talking about it on Cayman. They looked at the largest one ever recorded was 19 feet 2 inches long.
Mhm.
it's pretty big.
Yeah.
That tail is pretty strong. There's nothing but muscle.
That's about from that corner to
That's what they
about
put you in that, that's
wall.
what they use to put you in that death roll. When they grab you, they spin.
Yeah.
That's what they use to do it.
Then they take you down, stuff you under a dead log, so they always got a snack later.
Your depths are what, 3 feet?
Oh, it's about from the corner of that
Yeah.
wall over there to about to where Ron, that board behind Ron is, about how long 19 feet is.
Yeah, right? Straightened up.
That's a big critter.
And they're wide too. I mean,
When they get that big, yeah.
they're wide.
Probably pretty good eating.
Not at that size, probably.
No,
They typically, for butchering, they use the smaller
the
ones.
ones they sell for meat out there are about this long.
They're good.
And that's the best age for the hide to make shoes and bags
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah. I didn't know. Do you know where they found it at?
17th and, or close to 17th Street in Wildcat.
Oh,
They said that's the area they said to avoid. Of course, they spotted it. They haven't caught it.
Well, they must have swiped them and went around down to the creek with them.
Well, that's what I said. I'd say, I wouldn't have, I'm surprised they didn't dump them in the river. I figured you just
Yeah.
swiped them and dumped them somewhere.
I figured they dumped them. They had some of the thing of mine, like black market or something.
I think since
What-
they
what's
dumped
the-
them in the creek, at least there's a chance we could catch them.
Yeah.
Then
What
the
was
river,
the-
I don't know that you'd ever gotten them.
Well, somebody goes
What do
down
you
and
even
check
arrest?
the limb line, Rich.
Even if you can find the people that did it, what do you arrest them on? Stolen property? I mean,
Yeah,
yes.
stole property.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They have value, so.
I would assume both of them together would be over $500, so that would be felonious, wouldn't it? I would
See the
assume.
poor boy down 100, I said it was fishing. with money.
All of a sudden your drum goes ring.
I don't know, at least in the pen over there, they didn't look overly aggressive or anything, but
That's just it. I'm sure they've been handled more
Yeah.
than your wild alligator, so you're kind of curious.
But if they haven't eaten in a while,
that changes the equation. I know I get kind of grumpy in me when I haven't eaten for a while, so I can only imagine.
We've noticed that.
Yeah. So you have. Today it looks like we're gonna be okay, so I'll be on my best behavior.
Especially bad when you were hungry and just started your working out. It was
Yeah.
really bad then.
Still really bad. I hurt a lot. A lot.
how is the gym? Have you been to the gym with?
Yeah, it's going well. Right now, it's being currently inundated and occupied by football players that they can't use their facilities yet, so they're training elsewhere. But there's no more than usually 4 or 5 of them together at a time. So they've done pretty well with it. The times I usually go in there aren't peak times. They've been averaging, they said, about 80 to 85 people a day. So they could stay within all the local orders pretty easily. They've
What
got
were their numbers before?
usually get up into the mid hundreds, 140, 150. They've got it to where all the PT and all the special sessions and stuff, you come in through the front and they kind of put you off to the back and then you come around to the side for the regular
You know,
fitness.
that would be interesting to be able to take football players and you wouldn't need a front end loader, knock down the church and have them lift up those.
There's a few people that come in and wear masks, but by and large, that's a really tough
Cut
environment to
down
do
the
that.
cost and all that,
It is.
train football players.
You know, it's kind of worrisome to a certain extent, you know, it being a tornado alley. And that's how all the anacondas and boa really got loose in Florida and reproduced quickly is we got that pet store there and I assume they probably have some of the big slitherers. And we want the wildcat.
Thing is, they just wouldn't survive our winters, you know?
Yeah, thankfully, yeah.
They're not gonna survive very easily too, because they're in captivity.
Right, right. Yeah, they don't have the natural hunting instinct and all that stuff. But yeah, that Florida's interesting. All those guys they have out hunting those anacondas and stuff. Boy, they've got some big ones.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they really, really have.
I'm not afraid of snakes, but I'm not so sure I'd want to wrestle a snake that's bigger than me.
I've got one at home.
By yourself.
You've got one?
Mhm.
What do you got?
I've got a ball python. That's all I know about the reptile store up there, because that's where I go to get food.
Treats?
Mhm.
How big is it?
Well, I had a bigger one. I traded him in. He got too big for the tank, and I just don't have space to do another tank. I never would have to. So I took him up there, and he gave me a baby one, and works out better for them. But right now, he's probably about.
I can handle one.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
How big do they get?
They get big. Just depends on how much you feed them. I mean, they could get, up to 6 feet long and pretty good size. Depends on if you have a male or a female too. But
What's yours?
the one I've got now is a female. They stay a little bit. They get a little bit bigger, but they stay a little bit smaller. And the males are a little reversed.
Yeah, not interested.
Nope. They're really, I mean, colorings and the markings and stuff on them are really pretty.
Yeah, there's all different colors of them too nowadays that they breed.
Yeah.
I know a guy that
Easy maintenance.
used to work at the bow shop, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one you go to, but they had shop in town that they raise snakes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's a couple places here that do in the region.
I don't think so.
12 gauge is best cure.
Yeah.
You know, unless they're a poisonous snake around the house, I leave them alone. If it's a poisonous snake around my house, then.
Copperheads are worrisome because they're aggressive.
They get dispatched.
Yeah.
But my black snake, garter snakes, all that.
Yeah. They don't.
Yeah, that copperhead that got me, I got him in the end. So.
Yeah.
Me on the ankle.
I got that, and I got a 30-gallon aquarium tank that I.
Rory Hanson showed a picture on Facebook a while back of one of the kids with plastic cars turned over there. The great big copperhead.
They get fat. They
Yeah,
don't
they
get real
get
long.
fat.
They get fat.
The
The older
biggest one,
ones.
we killed a granddaddy there at the college
Maybe
assessment,
it's time.
31 or 32 inches.
Okay.
Pulled back up here.
Well, I'm back for the budget session. I don't have a lot of new information for you, since we talked on Monday. Just want to let you know that I have the budget developmental worksheet in front of you. The appropriations, as you requested, are flat except for the Veterans Coalition, which did get the $100 increase from prior year budget. The personnel request for a building receptionist and the transfers that have been identified in going into CIP are things that you wanted to have further discussion on. And it may not even be today, it may be Monday before you want to have more dialogue on that based on the facility meeting at noon today.
Okay.
I did go through, I was working on the budget worksheets that will go to the auditor. Couple things that I saw I needed to make adjustments for is the auction fund transfer that went into CIP in 2020. That wasn't on the original budget forms, so I adjusted for that. And then the other, and there's also a transfer in 2021 from the auction funds into CIP. So I did make those adjustments on the CIP fund, which is not significant to the ad valorem tax dollars. It just is significant to show that we do have a few more dollars that will be available for unfunded projects. The other thing I did make an adjustment for was, let me make sure I'm getting this straight when I tell you. Oh, motor vehicle had a transfer that Shiloh had on her form, her budget form that would go into the general fund as an estimated transfer in 2020. I did not have that on the original sheets that were presented to you on this budget developmental worksheet. That amount was $12,890 that she had estimated that she'll transfer yet here in 2020. So that adjustment is in there as well. So with those, you can see the ad valorem tax dollars did decrease just a small amount, basically because of that transfer from the motor vehicle fund. So at this point in time, our mill levy difference from the previous budget year is the negative 0.816.
And Tammy, is that with the receptionist position in there or not?
No, the receptionist position is not in
Increase in
there.
transfer
The
is.
transfers were
I
because
just
that
want to
was
be sure
already
everyone's
in
on the
there.
same page and understands
Yeah.
that, you know, that's under $40,000 receptionist position, so it's not significant.
Yeah, to be exact for what, it's $36,821 that you're considering for one position. When Cindy presented it, she did have the two positions, which was $73,643.
Yep.
So. Is there anything that you would like to discuss or you have questions on, or you would like more information?
I did take a little bit of a closer look at our budget, commissioner's budget. I don't know if we wanted to discuss that while we're here or not. I think you're right on the facilities. We need to discuss that in a little bit more. Have more dialogue on that this afternoon during that luncheon. Question on this first, probably for you, Tammy, is I noticed there is about a $6,000 difference already just on the salary side of it.
On the salary side?
With that extra pay period.
Right,
Yeah,
you would
okay.
have
Pay
the extra
period.
pay period that would have made that difference. Because otherwise you guys are completely flat.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, just considering, I'll just throw this out here, that we do 5% salary reduction for us, and then try to figure out a way to, with the rest of the budget, to make an additional 5% cut, and then keep another 5% cut if we need to come back to it, salary down the road, moving forward.
Anything wrong with that?
I just want to have the opportunity to go through the line item,
No,
you
that's,
know,
I'm fine with
segment
it.
on that, but, decrease our flat salary that we initially agreed to 5%, and see if we can shrink our overall budget outside of that another 5%. And if we need to come back to, amending our budget at some point in time because those revenues aren't there, we should start with ours first.
There are a few line items you cannot change.
Yeah, I-
Because, can I
Yeah.
just, I don't have it in. So
I didn't
your legal
originally.
services, those are for, Dick Carter's group. So
Sure.
that is within like $100
Sure.
of what you cost. So, and that's your largest budget item on this list. So you can't, I wouldn't adjust that one.
Okay.
The other things I did try to adjust a little bit, like training and registrations, I decreased 1,000. And your lodging, I decreased 1,000. And again, I was taking that into consideration on what was being spent in 18 and 19, as well as the thought that you may not be traveling as much.
Right.
Those are all at your discretion to make adjustments, of course.
And I think that's where I was kind of looking at and going with that. I know what 5% of each one of those line items would look like, but, and who knows, we don't really know. I mean, a lot of the things we would typically travel to, KAC and, NACO type events and other events probably may not happen next year for all that matter too. So maybe it won't matter anyway, but,
Unless things resurface heavily, I would assume since they skipped this year, there'd be an extra push to actually have it occur next year, because it's, once you start letting that get slide, then pretty soon we don't have much control in the state or the federal government. So unless things really resurge in the COVID-19 or that type, like, I bet there'd be a push on to do that next year. So especially the KCCA and KAC, I think are very important.
yeah. And I'm not so for sure that they won't have the state convention in October still potentially, but looks like the other one's probably going to be a wash. So.
And then another thing too, if the money's in the budget, doesn't mean you have to spend it.
True.
That's right.
That's true.
But yeah, the 5% on the salaries, I'm fine.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. I just wanted to have a chance to look at that and go through it first before making a decision, but
Rich?
I think a couple of points. I think Ron's statement there is exactly correct. Just because it's in the budget, you don't have to spend it. You can manage it just like you're doing CIP. We have the monies in there, but you guys have determined not to spend it. You guys can put additional restrictions on departments, to not spend in certain areas or over a certain amount, or even, like we talked about hiring freeze. What you have to remember, and Tammy's pointed this out a couple of times, as have I, is the tax lid.
Yeah.
The tax lid is designed to penalize a government that reduces their budget from one year to the next year to every outgoing year. What's really saving us this year is we had the 27th payroll last year. So that helped the lid coming into this year. If you reduce it, the 0.8 mils or farther, that significantly hampers what you can do, not just the next year, but the next foregoing years, because like I said, that tax aid legislation going away after 2021 went away. And so I think it's all things you have to consider. As said, we budget the budget stabilization for financial security. It's budgeted. It looks to the layperson as the county's budget's that high, that's how much they're going to spend. We haven't spent it in a couple decades. It's for the security of the taxpayers. And so I think Ron's point is exactly right. You don't necessarily have to cut it through the budget process. You can manage it throughout the year as well.
for this year, how does that work if you don't spend that budget that's been allocated? Does it get transferred back in?
Well, it actually is set in your cash balance going into the next year. So if you have more cash, then you would need less tax dollars.
Okay, gotcha. And that's what I assumed.
It's the same as why we're recommending that additional million be transferred into CIP. That's monies, either revenue that came in higher or expenditures that were not spent the previous year that we're saying, okay, maintain that, increase your budget stabilization amount is one thing we've asked to increase, but then also the transfer into CIP for the EMS facility.
Yeah, that's an important thing too. That EMS is important. We've been negligent on that thing for better than 20 years.
And on the EMS facility, it has been a priority, and you guys have seen the reports, but talk to any of the other offices in our front lobby, but in all seriousness, after we adjourn this session here at 10:20, I would encourage the Board of County Commissioners to walk through my office from the front door to the back door. And this is all seriousness, to see how many staff we have in that area. Our conference room is full.
Mhm.
The back area where you walk out the back door has a table with 3 people working in it right now.
Right.
And it isn't something that just happened this year. It's been going on for decades. That's why we've had these discussions. And so, I mean, I know you guys hear from us, but I think, as I say, a picture, a visual is worth 1,000 words. And to actually see it, because you guys get those questions from the constituents on why do you really need facilities, do you? Well, if you witness it, then you can say, okay, here's what we have going on. Actually, right now, there is no conference room space available. People are scrambling to find places to meet. We have no idea where we're gonna hold our meetings in our office for all the township officers who get assist with their budgets right now. We have nowhere to go this year with it. And my staff's scrambling. And they suggested the one small room down there that Leon used. I said, no, you can't social distance in there. And so facilities are a need, even much more than EMS, and we all agree that is the first priority.
Any other questions? So do
No,
we?
yeah, no, it's,
Do we need to make a
It's just
motion on that,
consensus.
on that decrease for salary?
well,
Consensus,
Well,
but we'll just
we
say.
can either by consensus have her figure that in, because we haven't voted on the budget yet.
Right.
So, I mean, we have time,
Yeah,
but,
right.
yeah, or we can vote on it too, I don't care.
Just have that, if it's okay with you gentlemen, have that number available for them on Monday when they're considering everything else, what that fiscal impact is, the 5% increase, and let them know what then their annual salary would be for 2021.
Okay, so when you say 5%, do you mean including benefits or do you mean just your actual salary?
Just, I would
Because
just say
it's-
base salary.
Okay,
Yeah.
because then your decrease is going to be a little more than that because your benefits
Right.
will also decrease.
Right.
Okay,
But I think it's important as we go through early part of next year, if we, get into a pinch like that, that we already incorporated in there before we have to just go straight to personnel. And that part to me just should probably start with us. So,
I agree.
Now, reducing too much, the tricky part is too, if you get into
I know.
if you get into next year, something goes wrong, you can't go to the bank and borrow money, you can't, you're done, the budget's set, so.
I did have one of the Budget and Planning Commission people ask me a question about the tax lid computation. And I do want to point out, if you look right here where I'm circling, last year's computation limit for the maximum was 28,322,484. You see that?
Mhm.
This year, we're actually even going below that. So with this year's tax, they said, how long would it take for you to be able to get that back? Instead of losing and squeezing you each year. That's not something that you can just answer easily. Because the tax lid is dependent upon many factors. It's dependent upon your assessed valuation. It's dependent upon any new improvements or any tax abatements. So there's various factors there on your revenue adjustment that they give you. Then in addition to that, you do have some exclusions with your emergency services. So if you have a large number of adjustments from prior year, that benefits you. However, if like last year, we had the radio infrastructure project. That gave us several dollars extra that would have allowed us to increase our levy if it was necessary. However, this year, we don't have as many dollars available in expenditures because of that. So then that actually limits those dollars. So I can't just give you an answer and say, well, we'll be okay next year because we can still go up. It's all dependent on what comes in and what is necessary, especially on emergency services.
Does MBAF coming online affect that?
Not unless we specifically have expenditures towards that.
Okay.
So it has to be dollars that we designate in our budget for a specific purpose that is exempt.
Okay.
Fire doesn't benefit us because they're their own special district, and
Right.
so they're governed by a whole separate
Right.
set of rules on that. We do have EMS law because we have the RCPD budgets in there that benefit us for a little bit of an increase. We do include the attorneys in there as well because that is part of the law process. Coroners as well, because again, that's part of the law process. But it is getting smaller and smaller each year as far as dollars that we have available to increase our levy if necessary. So.
I understand the tax lid deal and what happens next year, et cetera. But my goal is to have a lower mill levy for 2021 than 20, irregardless of the tax lid, because I think they'll resurrect Senate Bill 294 or some semblance of it. May or may not, but that's something I can't foresee.
Right.
But because of what our business people and taxpayers in Raleigh County have gone through with COVID-19, it'd be in a good economic year and everybody's made money, I could see protecting that. I can't worry about what the tax is going to do to us if we have to go out to a vote next year. We have to go out to a vote next year to increase, but I can't predict that. But right now, after I acquire the additional property from my brothers, I'm paying 5.5 times more property tax last year. I don't know what this year will be, but last year than I've ever paid before. Mm-hmm. And so for the sake of our taxpayers in Raleigh County, we don't know what the full impact is going to be on the businesses that have been closed, how many are going to be lost, and a lot of my friends and the people that work for them. So that's my goal, is regardless of tax lid. I understand, and in good years, that's fine to protect that, but I don't think we can do it this year. So
I've got to think somewhere along the way there's got to be a 1 or 2 year fiscal year exception where they take 2021 and it doesn't count in that 3-year figure or 2-year. State of Kansas, I'm not going to bank on it, but I've got to think that you've got to be able to, if you're going to keep that in place, you've got to be able to make an exception for everything that's happening.
And I think that'd be a good point for us to maintain our commission budget for KAC, KCCA, and everything like that, because we're going to have to count on them to bring that up to our legislator if they try things like the tax lid. That's an undesirable impact, and then use this as an unusual year. This isn't the norm, and stuff. So I just think that's something we need to deal with next year. But right now, my goal is still to keep this budget as best we can do, and that's why the not having any COLA and increases currently, because I know we're willing to take 5% off for our salaries. So I think that's a smart thing to do right now, and get past this year, get 21 budget done, and then let whoever's in this position deal with the 2022 budget then next year. So,
and I think the thing to point out too is that even before COVID, it wasn't like we were in the midst of a real economic upturn or prosperity at this point in time. We've been, over the last handful of years, somewhat stagnant. I don't want to say we're going in reverse, but we really just haven't been climbing. So I don't know. I mean, when you're trying to develop this with COVID and everything, it's not like we're going from here to here. I mean, we're still kind of staying within kind of bounds. And I would assume after the fact, after we get back to normalcy, that it's going to be somewhat similar, as it already had been. So
just remember that, given the discussion, we are staying 1.35 mils lower than what our tax limit is. So really, the budget presented, we've accomplished what you've asked or what you're talking about. We are well below the tax limit by 1.35 mils. Also regarding the your commissioner's 5% salary reduction if you need more potential for employees. It was discussed at the budget planning committee meeting. The budget planning members discussed, well, if they want to reduce it further, we would ask them to consider reducing 5% and let us pick where we take it from and not having more of an adverse impact with no COLA and no step for the employees. And so that was discussed. And so, and that's what was done before. We once had to go through a time where we, commissioners asked all departments to reduce their budget by 10%. But they gave us this discretion where to get those monies from,
Right.
and rather than impact personnel adversely.
Right.
Yeah,
So
that's a
ask
good
that
point.
the
I
board,
remember that.
ask that the board consider that if it comes to that.
And that's perfectly fine, because I can't sit here. I can go through each one of them line item by line item, but I'd have to talk to each department head to see if that was liable, and they're gonna know that already,
And
so
what it
that's
was
perfectly
before,
fine.
just, each department take a 10% is what
Right.
it was back then, you know. You think
Yeah,
another 5% needed to do that rather than more adversely impacting employees.
I thought that turned out real well too when they did that, because the departments came back and accomplished what we asked them to. So, on that 10%. So I'm fine with that, yeah.
But remember, as Tammy has up here, we are well below the tax lid commutation currently where we're at. And the EMS facility is not going away.
Nope.
Issue, and the other facilities' needs are not going away.
Anything else?
So for Monday, my plan was to present you with a preliminary budget as far as where you were expecting to be so that I could get it to the CPA on Thursday, that following Thursday. It doesn't look like maybe we're at that point. So with that, you want me to come back Monday with what?
Well, if, Rich brought an interesting conundrum there. If the departments came back with all departments with a reduction equal to or greater than the COLA and step, then that might change things. I mean, I'd something I'd be willing to look at, because we did it before and it worked very well. I'm not opposed to that. So, but then at that point, we need to look at, like Rich pointed out, we're still below the tax lid mill valuation. Something we three commissioners need to look at too is we've been talking this EMS stuff forever and not doing anything. And so, do we need to still make some consideration for a little more money in that money we're holding for EMS and get more active with actually getting something done?
And that the last part of that conversation is the most important, because it's not that there hasn't been dialogue about it, but where are we going with it?
Yeah, it's
We
been
don't have a
talked to
piece of
death,
property.
but-
We don't have.
Yeah.
I've offered some solutions. Well, I don't want to say solutions, but I've offered some ideas about it, but they don't seem to be all that comparable. So, we got to know where we're going to go and how we're going to approach that too. And those are steps that have to be taken into it. And I property, as we figured out, is for these type of things is hard to come by at this point in time.
It is, and the thing of it is as you well know, if you find something, you have to have the funds to be able to act on it then.
Right.
You can't say, well, now wait till next year and we'll add that in the budget. So, but instead of talking about it, we need to get a little more active about actually getting them someplace. As a starting point anyway. And yeah, you're right. We've got all kinds of ideas, but I guess we need to go out and look again, and it may cost a little more. But I mean, it's every year it's not going to get cheaper.
Yeah, and you're probably right about cost, but the other part of that is it may not be a perfect scenario.
True.
Maybe we need to use the same blueprint we have and try to make it work. Maybe not for 50 years, but at least get it updated for 15, 20, so at least it's up to date, so they can handle the needs or something. Just as an example,
That was the last discussion the board had.
Yes.
Since we identified a piece of property and it was an unwilling seller, the next option would be to basically level what you have and just start over new on that plot of ground. You guys are aware, there's another piece of land potentially that could be considered, but the board didn't want to consider that at this point in time. But with the current facility, you shouldn't have to buy the land.
Yeah.
You're one step ahead there.
Right.
That, no matter how you look at it, that saves you close to $1 million.
I think there's several different directions and ideas you can go with that, and of course we'll continue to have that conversation. But I do agree on the EMS. We are going to have to do something with that. There's just no getting around that. In terms of what we do elsewhere, outside of that, maybe there's some outside the box thinking or something that'll get us to a better point. But even as we get through COVID, as I mentioned, we weren't in economic prosperity by any means at all, and that helps and hurts these types of equations as we move forward too. And of course, we do have another census coming, so we'll get some population numbers, and I think you have to take that into consideration when dealing with facilities too, because growth obviously produces what you're going to need to be able to accomplish that as well. So there's a couple of different dynamics to that. But
and then somebody can offset the EMS when there's new facility by the sale of the current property also, which at the time may or may not be lucrative. I would certainly put it out to the public. I mean, I would make it to the highest bidder, number one, and preferably somebody would put it on the tax roll.
I guess in terms of Monday for what Tammy needs for direction, so she's probably waiting on it.
So 5% decrease on the commissioner's salary, is that what you want me to adjust the sheets to? And the receptionist position, do you want me to put that in the numbers as well?
Well, I think that's what they said they would consider taking action on Monday.
Yeah. I remember right, you said that you were going to add that one into your budget, is that right?
Yeah, I would agree to that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So probably have to figure out where we're at on that, and if we were going to.
I'd say get them the numbers and they can decide which way they want to go. I mean, either one of them's, both of them together aren't $100,000.
Yeah.
So it's not a significant impact on the mill levy.
Right.
I think they want to see the actual dollar numbers on the commissioner's salaries before they agree to it first.
Yeah.
So I don't really see you changing these sheets at all yet. You
just moving some components around.
We'll have these same sheets and she'll bring you the figures for your salary reduction, and then you guys will know what you're voting on or agreeing by consensus on, rather than just assuming about what it is. And then we'll have the facilities discussion and you can give direction on if you still agree to do the additional $1 million for the EMS facility and CIP. $1 million will not build the facility.
No.
And remember with Ron's suggestion of, selling the current property, that's what we did with the shop site. But what you have to remember is we spent 12 or 13 million to get the shop site, to get everyone moved up there first, and then recoup the cost of buying the land. So you have to have some financial foresight to get that done if you want to do that. Buy the land, pay for it. If you go into the vote with it, the shop we didn't, it did what we're suggesting you do now. Set aside $1 million this year, or if you have more, and then another $1 million the next year so you have enough cash to actually buy the land and build it. That's how the shop site was done.
So one more thing that was brought up was having the departments decrease their individual departments to reach the COLA step cost. So do you want me to calculate what that would be for them to decrease per budget so you know what that is? Or, I have the overall number, what it is going to decrease.
Yeah, well, were you saying decrease their budget by enough money to offset and give the employees the COLA? Is that what you're talking about? Because the city didn't do it to give COLAs, we didn't give COLA, we didn't let the RCPD give COLAs.
That's what you have to remember, and the departments already have, because normally at this point in time, STEP would be in here. So departments' budgets are already reduced by the STEP amount. The only thing that wouldn't have been in here is the COLA for you guys to approve, and that's off the table. So the departments have already reduced the budgets at this point in time compared to all other years how it's presented with the STEP in here. So that's already been reduced.
Yes,
in
that's what I
individual
thought.
Departments, including the commissioners.
That's what I thought.
So see where we're at with those first suggestions and then see if you guys want to do additional things on Monday
Yeah.
after
Yeah,
today's
let's
discussion.
do that. Let's do that.
Okay, and the only other sheet I have in here is the appropriation sheet, and that's just to reflect the decisions that you made the other day, so that you can see them in black and white, or gray and white in this case.
Right.
Gray, black, and white.
Is there any questions or concerns on that sheet that you want to make adjustments or have additional dialogue on, or?
No, not really, other than I just reduced a whole bunch of them another 5% or so. No. Main thing is that they're flat, that's.
Yeah, that's the main.
Well, I think in terms of this process, that was the best starting point. So, you're not gonna go above and beyond at least. Now, what you do after that is, somewhat different, but, is it fair to say, let's take another 2% equally? But you can look at some of those and see that they're gonna have impacts currently and other impacts outside of that. So how do you judge that in somewhat of a fair and equitable manner?
Yeah.
I don't want to, you took, let's say 5% of 3,500 actually by proportion is a larger amount of number than 275 or $300,000 or just looking at some of the larger ones there. So I don't know how you would equate that perfectly to make it affectionately equal for each one of those entities and the appropriations that they're discussing and asking for.
So this is Leon. Question for Commissioner Wells. I guess I'm a little confused. Is there a number that we're trying to get to that, that maybe the Budget and Finance Committee can help with as far as getting to that number? Or, we keep talking about additional cuts here and additional cuts there. So is there a number that we're trying to get to?
That's a good question.
Like a decrease of a specific amount, or?
With no step and no COLA and the budgets that's been presented by our departments, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I am too. That's.
Without trying for any additional and then trading and all that.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
You're literally, particularly on department and outside agencies, literally to make that work fairly, you're gonna have to go individually, line item by line item by line item to probably accomplish it, and there's still fair argument.
And I don't want to work on that.
No.
Well, and in all actuality, if you think about it, gentlemen, if you look at the percentages that the departments have, the majority of the departments have reduced their budgets.
Mm-hmm.
You've asked the departments that were governed by statutes to provide those functions to reduce our services, and you're asking those that you appropriate money to stay flat. So it's already not an equal playing field if you look at it. To me, you haven't asked the appropriations to reduce, and the departments have already reduced.
I think what we've got is fine. Let's wait till Monday to look at it again. Because we've already taken out something from the employees. And reduced us. We held all those other entities that we don't necessarily have to sponsor. We held them flat, which is kind of unusual. So I think let's look at it Monday to see where we're at and compare it.
Maybe in terms of the appropriations, maybe at tops, just a 2%, maybe.
Well, let's look and see where we're at, because
Yeah.
it's just like Leon says, or what, I don't care what department. Their costs go up because paper goes up. Printer ink goes up. All of those things go up. Your rentals, the armored courier service, they go up their steps, and you have to absorb that. Same way with all of the other entities that serve us and provide us with their services, they go up, but we're going down in our appropriations. And I think that what we've got, to me, we ought to leave it where it's at. You don't want to go down too much more because it'll affect what the tax lid is.
But the only other concern that I have there, and I think it's justified, is this isn't based off of profit, it's based off of revenue.
Right.
And if revenue isn't there, then how do we adjust that later on if it's not there? If it's not there, it's not there.
I understand that. But if you-
Outside of all those things that you're discussing, which I would agree with.
Yeah. So I think we need to see what we have here. The big thing that we got is because we do a lot with Avalon tax, and that's mainly what we deal with. That'll probably not change. There's new houses being built. They're doing a new subdivision over there off of Miller Parkway, and things keep growing regardless.
One thing I will point out on the appropriations, if you approve them at this level, you can't decrease it once it's approved. However, if you approve them at a lower level at the end of the year and you find that you actually have the revenue there, you can give them more.
That's a good thought.
So, and we can amend the budget as long as there's revenue there. So
Okay.
in that aspect, that's something that you can consider if you decrease something. If the funds are there, you can increase it later.
So does that mean leaving it alone right now?
Well,
You guys have agreed to leave it alone until Monday.
Yeah,
at least.
yeah.
You guys get
Yeah.
we're here to the discussion at noon today and then have some more time to think about it over the weekend.
Okay.
that was basically food for thought, if
Yes.
you needed it.
Yes.
If you weren't confused enough.
The marshmallows we're throwing out.
Not confused, it's just.
One thing to think about, more things to consider.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's trying to, reduce the burden on the taxpayers, but it could affect how we're gonna go into the future. And so,
Not only the burden, but the potential of whether the money actually comes in
Yeah.
based on how.
And
how-
that's my biggest concern there with that. If the reductions we make now, if we have to offset it again somewhere down the road, or we do a little bit now, the less of an impact that's going to be down the road, whenever it may, or it may not be for that matter. But we probably won't get a really good sense of that till probably beginning of next year when we collect, that early property tax. But on the sales tax side, if we have to, we can hold up on most of the stuff that we're doing there. It's not great, but it's not devastating either. But
Well, and on the sales tax, keep in mind that we are conservative when we budget those
Yeah,
dollars,
right.
because we've been budgeting 3 million, and potentially, for the most part, we've been collecting close to 3.6 million. So with that, we're not aggressive on what we're expecting.
well, and hopefully, if all things go well and we don't regress because of the pandemic or whatnot, we'll pick up at some point where we were. It's just that gap of where everything's happened at, but we don't know that officially just yet. And that's one of the things that weighs heavy on me right now too. So.
This is Leon again.
Yes.
I just wanted to tag on with what Commissioner Rodriguez was saying, is that with the budgets being flat for the departments, is actually a reduction just based on all the commodities that we purchase, and primarily those that buy a lot of commodities. Our budgets are reduced each and every year just on that basis alone. And at some point in time, that's going to result in lower services. And that's never an easy thing to do when the public has become accustomed to something to take it away at a later time. And I realize that's always a possibility and may have to be done, but we were always, I think one of the commissioners mentioned that just because the money's in the budget doesn't mean you have to spend it. But if you don't have it there, you can't spend it. And so I guess I would caution about doing further reductions just on the basis of trying to make cuts, when if you wanted to next year, you could always say, well, we don't have the money coming in. You're going to have to look at reducing your budget at that time. But for now, we're just kind of speculating, and I think there's a big difference in that if we tell the public, we're going to reduce your services based on speculation, or if we are going to reduce your services just because the funds aren't available. So that's just my 2 cents.
I think one way or the other.
Yeah, we'll just go with one. Let's see what Monday will bring and.
Yeah, well, like I say, I don't want to get into appraisers or whichever department.
Sure.
And telling them that I know more than they do about what they presented on their budget. They do a very good job. Case in point on Public Works, coming up, we'll have 6 motor graders coming off on a 10-year lease, which was a unique lease because Caterpillar is going to pay good bucks to get them back. So it'll be spread out, but it's a few more years down the road yet. So you start cutting this and cut this, all of a sudden, bingo, you need 3 to 6 motor graders. You know what those things cost? Okay, what are you going to do then? It's going to be a big jump in the mill levy to offset that. So that's why I don't want to just chop and cut just for the sake of just lowering the mill levy. But I do want to lower mill levy from 2021 to 20. So right now, I'm fine. The departments that give us their budgets, I think that they've done a good job of, it's not equal apples to apples as far as how much each one did or didn't reduce. Each one knows what the department needs. The work they do for the public isn't apples to apples. And what the requirements are and stuff. So I'm just, Monday, look at the 5% cut on our salary and stay with the flat, no COLA and step, and see where we are.
Go from there.
Okay, I will bring that back for you on Monday.
Okay, thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Too bad we can't incorporate the property for EMS with space for the health department, because the sale of that entire property is going to be worth bucks more so than just a spot in there. So I think some commissioner, whoever did, needs to be aggressively looking to take care of EMS, is looking for the additional space. Because someday that's going to be too small. So
The other component to that too, with that with the EMS, is if you can incorporate collaborative dispatch with, and that'll solve a couple of, not long-term, but short-term issues that we may have and buy us some time for some other facility needs and upgrades. But I
don't think you can do that with the existing site. Is the
no,
problem.
I don't think I'm.
And so that's why, and I understand your point about 15, 20 years, but I mean, geez, you're spending all that tax dollars and you see how many decades it takes governing boards to decide to do something. You know, if you really want to integrate dispatch with it, you better be looking for a bigger piece of property.
Yeah, and that was my, as I said, that was my original thought with this. And I realized it's just not going to probably work. And we're just going to have to focus on the EMS and the ambulance side of it, probably by itself for the moment. I don't know.
Do it like we do the radios. You have to just go after it.
But it's different than the radios is more of a technological infrastructure. Yeah. This is more of a brick and mortar infrastructure that it's not quite the same.
But the dollar's big.
Had you gentlemen thought anything about the half-cent sales tax issue?
I'm where I'm at on that still.
I need it. What I'm asking for is a decision from the board, you know, at some point in time on if we're going to proceed or not. Like I said, the chamber group that's working on it is wanting to know that. Clancy needs to know that. Are you still on, Clancy? Evidently, he isn't. Clancy needs to know that.
Still here. Still here.
To prepare resolutions, and so time is of the essence because of the educational program too, if it was decided to go forward. And so
I'm still on board for it. I'm not. So I still think we need it.
I agree.
Small towns need it. And
It's needed.
we don't need to be, they need to know that we're behind it. That's all.
I've talked to my small community about that, and they have kind of agreed with me that maybe this isn't the best time to do that. All but one.
I
That
can
board.
tell you that's the chamber group, that's what their sentiment is.
Yeah.
But they're willing, that group is willing to put together
I-
and work on it
Yeah.
if that's your decision.
I would like to continue to work on it, but not put it on the ballot and figure out what we can do and get something that works for all entities next year. That would be ideal for me,
Well, what do you mean work for all of them?
including the city, so they can get their other portion over there, which I don't have a problem with, but
This is already okayed. This particular program is okayed by the Attorney General, and it's a good program.
and something else can't be either.
Well, the Attorney General, if it's countywide, it's got to include everything that's on
Here's
it.
what I think you can do something, my personal opinion, but you ask the people in Riley, and they don't want just the people of the city of Manhattan voting on whether they get something or not. They want to have a say in it.
They want to have a say, and that's the whole.
That's the issue. It's not the funding, not giving them whole funding, but they want to vote on it.
Here's my opinion on this, given the current dynamics of things, we're kind of responsible, for better or for worse, for the economic downturn. A lot of people I've talked to, and they're not aggressive one side or the other necessarily. They're business owners or could be rather resentful of that given this time. Well, you put me out of business or you held me down for so long. Now you're asking me for money?
No, I'm not
No,
saying
no.
this year. I'm
Right.
saying if you present it next year.
Oh, okay, I got it.
I'm saying if you
Yeah.
present it next year even.
Okay.
Us
And that-
people in rural.
Sure.
We want to decide on that issue.
Right. Well, we should have some lines in the sand when developing that strategy. in
Well,
my
the thing
opinion.
is, if it's city sales tax, there's no way to adjust that. There's no way to change that.
Then is it reasonable to think that maybe it has run its course and we need to figure out a different direction for it then?
Why?
Yeah, that's my point. Why? It does wonders for our road and bridges.
I don't doubt that, but I'm
helps
telling you, if you
small
put this
towns.
on the ballot this year, and with
I'm
the
not
sediment.
saying just this year, John.
Okay.
I'm just saying that when it goes on the ballot.
Okay.
Not just this year, when it goes on the
But we
ballot.
have 2 years.
Well, technically 3, we'd lose some,
3.
we'd lose a little bit of revenue in between our 4-month gap or something in there if we went the following year.
If it sunsets before the new one takes effect, then it's not a continuation.
It's not a continuation.
Well, this one's really not a continuation
Yeah.
anyway. It's really a
Well, I know
separate.
it could be,
Yeah.
We've had several different interlocal agreements on it that's,
Well, the thing of it is 2 10-year periods, almost 10-year periods of proven success on probably county's part, not necessarily the city, but
well, what if
proven
the
success of what would have come out of CIP or out of
Other tax.
property tax. It's very worthwhile everything, but in this case, I'm not gonna counter John because it's not unanimous and not everybody on board, it's not worth putting in the ballot. I looked yesterday or day before on, I think it was on an email from the city, but I think they're looking back now at that 24 again. And of course, if they go first, well, there's not gonna be 2 sales taxes passed.
No.
And so that was my only fear, but there again, John's going to have to deal with it in the future. So as far as paying for these projects with the bridges and roads, we've got some now that be getting down to a 1-year inspection now instead of 2, which is pretty damn expensive to pay to have those bridges inspected every year. And they're not going to heal themselves, so we either close the road or raise the property tax to pay for them. So.
And to fund it at the level you're doing now, you know what you're going through right now with the budget, looking at the mill levy. Just remember, you would be considering at this point without the road and bridge half-cent sales tax an additional 2.5 mils. And John, I harp on that. I know the city wants to have a city sales tax and trust the small cities will make you whole. But every time there's a city election on
I know.
sales tax, every time there's a city election on sales
At
tax,
that point,
I get calls from all the rural people about, I should get to vote on that because that's where I do all my commerce.
And then this time they're not gonna.
I've had that discussion. There's not a perfect scenario with this either. And that one right there of staying whole is absolutely 100% my line in the sand. I won't roll with anything else as long as we have what we need. And then once that comes to us, we will divvy that back out at that particular point in time, which I'm fine with. I'm not taking a reduction so the city can
You
get
may
it.
be fine with it, that's what I'm saying, those constituents won't be fine.
Yeah.
So what do? We put it on the ballot, take the chance? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, I'm saying whenever.
Okay.
You're stuck on me saying it has to be this year, I'm not
Right,
saying it.
okay.
I'm saying whenever it is.
So,
They want to vote on it.
okay.
With a city sales tax, they don't get a vote on it. With the city of Manhattan sales tax.
But I'm sure if it passes and you're getting the same revenue anyway, in the end, it still works out, does it not?
I don't believe Manhattan would pass it. I mean, they say, oh, we'll give it to you. If you could pass this, we'll give it to the cities.
They won't do it.
Nothing else Manhattan does ever benefits anybody else. I mean, they're already making other things to try to cut stuff. I mean, they've made motions trying to dump more of the law enforcement on the county. They're trying to dump stuff on it. If they say, oh, we'll do it, we'll give you the same money, we don't believe it.
Yeah, the whole thing, I look at it, I'm here, I do have complaints up north about not getting things done, but I gotta look at the whole county. It benefits the whole county to have that half-cent sales tax. And that's what we're supposed to do. Because one entity somewhere else says, oh, no, we're not for it, and they may be in my district, I may have to get there and say, well, but I gotta benefit the whole county. The whole county will benefit, whether they like it or not. That's all I look at. Because I'm not.
I think the dialogue on that's just gonna have to continue, but I don't think this is the year to do it.
And if he doesn't want to do it, then we won't do it this year.
So the board, why don't we have this discussion on Monday?
Yeah.
During Clancy's time.
Yep.
Did you hear that, Clancy?
I heard it, this is Clancy.
So if you could, during your administrative time, have discussion on the renewal of the half-cent road and bridge sales tax.
Sure.
Okay.
Gentlemen, we've asked that lunch be here about 11:50. Since we have not had for a long time a county officials luncheon, the way they were always run is you guys run. It's county officials luncheon. The chair runs the meeting. You know, the primary topic list is facilities. You know, other things that department heads are out there thought we could discuss is if there is a need for the receptionist position, that we can hear from other departments. But then also you guys might want to update them on the budget.
Yeah.
You know, it's a time to just, build camaraderie and update people. We know you guys get regular staff time with them, but it's just in a different setting to discuss other issues that may be going on. And if there's time at the end, generally went around and talked about what's going on in other offices, but there may not be. The facilities, I think, will be the.
Yeah.
It's a
That's
big
been something
topic.
sure we've been remiss on not doing anyway. So.
Well, we were planning on having one in March.
And I would
So
suggest-
that wasn't our fault
I
necessarily.
would suggest after this one to continue to try and have them.
And I thought about that part already, and
Yeah.
I thought having basically what would be 3 a year would be about a 4-month rotation. So you'd
Every
have
quarter-
one in
every quarter.
February,
Every quarter.
June,
Yeah.
October, and then it would come back to February again. And I think we need to do that. Yeah.
The gentlemen, in between now and lunch, you have plenty of time to walk through my office. And I really encourage you to because.
I have.
Because you guys are the ones that get the questions once we talk about facilities and say, oh, he's blowing hot air, he doesn't need.
Well, here's my
You can say,
question. When I
"I've
get
seen
those
it."
questions, I want to send those people to you so they can see it.
Uh-huh.
And that's the deal there. So
Anyway, that's it.
11:50, gentlemen.
Okay.
I read the current updated
Yeah. She's staying busy. Currently, beach volleyball and my advice is this weekend, I think, day after the long spend. He's not the last, but, yeah. What I know of it. Will perform, not as much an athlete, so we can sure that at least comfortable every other week, Aaron will text me just out of the blue. Oh, he called me on Sunday. He said,
Got everybody here.
There's a couple more just coming in right now.
Yeah, see them.
Are you okay?
How's Barry?
Pretty good, Martin, how are you?
Doing well, sir.
Are you? Good, so, got their want list.
What?
Hey, could I get your attention, please? We decided that we needed to have a meeting, because every time we wanted to have one, we didn't have one. And so the best way to get you here is some pizza, and now see with everybody's mouth full, I can talk. And so, the commission decided to furnish a nice meals, pizza and all, and so we appreciate everybody being here, and I think we'll, might even be able to get something done. So we can go from there. Okay, thank you for coming. But I don't think we can have 20 minutes for each person to talk, you know. Some of you have sent some requests, and we can follow up on that. And, might indicate, 5-10 minutes if you have a concern, and go from there. Just go around the table.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I did just want to add too, that this is the first one of these that I've had. We want to try to make them a little bit more frequent. So we're thinking maybe once a quarter, maybe like a February, June, October type of thing, just so we have that interaction. And I think that's a good spacing of time if everybody seems to be okay with that. And I do have a clock.
Okay, no problem. Was there anything wrong?
Convenient.
Convenient, yeah. Anything you want to say, anything, Rich?
No, I think probably get the board started out just talking about facilities in general, and seeing what needs the department heads have as far as facilities, and addressing that report. reports, that's the reason we sent that
Yeah.
report, Monty. They found that report from 2013, that's probably a good place to start, last place we left off.
Well, that'd be my comment. I've met before with department heads, you know, at the commissioner meeting. We used to do it once a month, and we talked about facilities. Been talking about it for 7 years now. And I'm still waiting to see what's going to happen. So I'm hoping that starting these meetings back up, we can get a push on now. And of course, one of the priorities, of course, is EMS. And we've been actively looking at property, and I think that space ought to also include additional space for other facilities. So those are my comments, and I'd be, for me, that's number one priority right now. We've been promising that, the county has for 20, 30 years. And the last time I went through the facilities, I wasn't impressed with the way our sleeping quarters are set up and the space constraints, room for ambulances, et cetera. My feeling is that eventually someday they'll have to include the space for the health department and emergency fire, some training room, and we'd even talked one time about a Central Pawnee mental health facility being able to furnish some ground for that. And in order to find a property that size, it's very difficult here in Manhattan. But I think getting property that will handle the health department and ambulance things will free up a pretty sizable piece of property. I think would be worth quite a bit of money on the open market. Hopefully to put back on the tax rolls, so I think that'd be offsetting. So that's for something for the commissioner down the road to look at.
know Cheryl has sent something in and Dave sent something in, which all of those facilities, the museum is getting smaller, it's filling up with stuff. And I know Dave's facilities, I've been out there, they're tough. And so we know that the judges' facilities are getting inadequate, have been, and we need to do something there. Barry, your office is getting full. I had to speak with that one attorney one time in his closet. And so I know that we're trying to all make do with what things are without having to raise taxes and whatever, but Riley County is getting busy. And so we're looking at all that. Deb's register of deeds has just been remodeled and hopefully it'll be okay, but still they don't have the room. Appraisers need room. And I can tell you that with what we've had in the last few months, the health department needs space. So we just need it. So any other comments from anybody about who I haven't talked about or with? Okay, Cheryl.
I would say, for my office, we've maxed out our horseshoe as far as the number of staff that we can actually have assisting customers on the front line. But for one thing for me would be to look at some sort of revamping of the whole lobby area to make that more usable, not only for, we're talking about that receptionist position, but, we do have the VIN inspectors that are here as well. And I would hate to have to send customers away to another county or whatever to get those VIN inspections done. So it's a very good service that we provide to our customers. So for our office, definitely that lobby area is an area of concern right now.
Okay, Shelley.
So we moved in here on Veterans Day of 2002, and we're told at the time that it was a temporary space. So, but the reason being is that obviously, and I think Clancy can speak to this during COVID, our offenders provide a different element of risk in a lot of different ways. And so we really have a need to have our own entrance and exit that is secure. We have taken weapons off of offenders before, as well as other paraphernalia items. And if we had a secure entrance, much like the courthouse and our court services partners. Everybody would be more safe, including all of our neighbors in this building. And so safety and security would be the main reason that I would need some new space. So thank you.
Pat.
So I know a lot of people have been here almost as long as me, and there's been people here for a year or so, but the consensus over all the meetings that we've gone through over the years is we need extra space. Everybody needs extra space. Things are growing. We're not having computers being efficient doesn't mean that we don't need space for people. The key is that we've had some opportunities to go elsewhere, and we've always come back to downtown. I think countywide, I think there's a consensus with the outside people that they like to have a place where they can go and get their services done in one area instead of going here or across town to take care of this or whatever. So I think as we look forward, we need to continue that consensus or follow along with that, try to do that, but we are limited in the amount of space that we can actually utilize down here and try to cohabitate. So I bet, I don't know what, we probably Monty facilitated, I bet 10 or 15 of these meetings and we all come up with the same consensus. So I think we need to come up with a plan.
Rich?
I'd just correct Pat in one regard. He said extra space. There's a lot of us that just need adequate space.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been beyond busting at the gills at our office. Like I asked the commissioners to walk to our office today. We typically have 12 full-time employees and it's full. Right now today, due to elections, I got temporary election workers in there. I've now have 5 extra people in inadequate space already that 12 were housing because we've got an outside programmer in there programming our elections right now. And because of other reasons, there's not one conference room available within this plaza area. Everyone is struggling, and we're about to have to conduct township officer meetings with 3 township board members to help them with their budgets. We had nowhere to go, and especially throw in the equation of social distancing. And that's kind of a question I'd like, for the judge to talk about is, how are you going to handle courts and social distancing? And something I talked to the board about, what is going to be the new norm? We have inadequate space right now with the old style norm. What's the new norm as far as the office space?
You want to make any comments?
I have a solution.
But let me have the judge talk on this.
Sure, just to address the first inquiry. As to social distancing, building's not ideally designed for that, being the courthouse. But I think with health department's assistance, we've found a way to continue to operate on limited basis. But that does not include jury trials at the time being, which basically are on moratorium with the Supreme Court. But when that moratorium is lifted, we can't social distance in the dimensions that we have, and we're going to have to find an alternative venue. When I say jury trial, probably be appropriate to think, okay, it's 12 people. Well, no, depending on the trial, we may start with 70 or 80 in our jury pool. And we can see 36 in our gallery. Move beyond the gallery, you can get maybe another dozen or so, but not even half of those really that are needed at that critical juncture in the process. And once that moratorium is lifted on jury trials, we're going to have a lot in the pipeline. And Amanda, along with other staff, have been working hard looking at alternative venues, but everybody's kind of looking for spaces for their own purpose, whether it's in the private enterprise or other government-related buildings of the university, county, or city. And they all have their own schedule, so it's a challenge in the near-term, immediate. Longer term, having a different at least one, if not multiple different sized or designed courtrooms for specifically larger jury trials. Large benefit, just recognizing the gravity and the consequences that can go along with those decisions, and trying to put them under best practices and not just get by or adequate practices. Lana, Ms. Nichols, I think distributed this morning kind of a written summary of our other challenges in the courthouse that go beyond just the courtroom, but staffing needs. Again, we want to operate, we couldn't operate in the manner that is incumbent and required upon us. And we can absolutely get by, but probably won't be anytime soon. It won't be anytime soon, but if or when there's ultimately funding and the judiciary appoints another district court judge, we really can't. I don't know how we accommodate that necessarily in our current building. Eventually, we can move out court services and make another small size magistrate courtroom, maybe where they are, if court services has somewhere to go. We could use that space for other purposes as well. We want justice to be accessible to all. Having a self-help center would be valuable. Got rid of our physical law library some time ago, partly out of space needs, partly out of moving more to electronic. But again, being able to have a self-help center for pro se litigants, that's computer terminals, hard law library books, printer, and so forth that have value to place that. I don't know that I'll retrace everything that Lana included, but maybe you could discuss some of the that I haven't touched on yet as far as our building.
This is basically what we presented back in 2013 at Retreat. We had a few modifications to it, but basically it's the same.
Just maybe one tack on item though. The Supreme Court currently has assigned orders where we cannot have more than 10 people in a courtroom. And if we have 10 people, they still have to maintain the 6-person social distancing. Which in our magistrate courtrooms, we can't get 10 people in there in space. So, Mr. Wilkerson has a trial preliminary hearing next week that will move out of the magistrate into a district judge courtroom. But again, just an example between counsel on each side, the judge, the court reporter, jailer, defendant, witness, security. We're hitting 10 people right there. And at that point, you don't become a public hearing, which is a cornerstone of our judiciary system. We're not going to hold secret hearings. We're going to be accessible to the public and presents challenges in those ways that we're addressing through technology, but nonetheless is something that's not really discretionary and just maybe I don't know that it's just a problem related to this environment or moment in time, and that it perpetuates into the long term as well.
Did you have something on?
Well, if the truth be known, a year ago I attended a meeting over in Junction City at their new county building. If you want to go back to truth in advertising, we're going to sit here and talk about this. You're going to be putting people in closets. You're going to have to keep doing this. EMS needs to be a separate facility and emergency services and things. But back in 2007, if the single county building were to have been built here, they would be half paid for by now. Raleigh County has very little bonding, very little money borrowed. It must be paid off 3, 4, 5 years. We're way below the debt that a county this size should carry, but no commissioners have had the courage to do that. Plus, the church property wasn't available at that time either. If this would have happened in 2007, the courtrooms would be designed to be courtrooms to today's standards. And then, even starting right now, building a single building, selling this, which is money, and back on the tax roll, it's not going to compensate for that amount of money. But that should have been done. It should still be done. because we're gonna sit here and talk about this and for years to come. And so you're all gonna need space. You're not gonna get space because nobody wants to spend any money. And we'll probably wind up putting a tent up someplace. We got a little parking lot across the street. We could put a little building up over there. That's stupid. The church has finally become available. Nobody wanted to do condemnation or anything. I don't blame them. It became available at a little over half the price they were asking. And it needed to be sold. It wasn't bought for the building. However, I think there's a possibility of the building, some of it could be repurposed for interim time, but that's the wrong thing to do, to spend the money on that. I don't know who would have the gumption to go ahead and go out, it's got to go out to bonding and have to be voted on. I don't think the taxpayers want to pay because the city has an enormous debt. But it's still the smart thing to do is one county building to house these services that's paid for over 20 years by a number of people instead of one generation paying for the 100% of the building. The experts at the National Association of Counties and the KAC advise you bond those over a period length of time, even greater than 20 years. So it's a load spread across many people that use the facilities instead of one generation paying for the entire thing. Those are my comments. There's nothing I can do about it. There's two other commissioners. We have to work together. I don't know if anybody has any gumption to do that, but until Raleigh County has a office building and get rid of the wreck that's next door and then sell this one, put back on the tax roll, we're going to be talking about this. I may not be here next year, but the commissioners are going to be talking about this for the next 10 years. John's going to keep talking about this for at least 2 more. And you're all going to need space. You're all going to come in here every 3 or 4 months. You're going to say the same thing. This is just where it's going to be. I've only been here 7 years. I admit I didn't have the courage. I didn't have any backup to try to put this on the ballot to go out. Because first of all, we didn't have any property. Now we have the property. Now's the time to build a building purpose-built for a county business and have courtrooms that are designed to handle today's standards. The existing courthouse is the greatest thing since I can imagine. I mean, it's well-built and it can be utilized for some departments or department. And I don't know what about the Historical Society, because I've worked up there back in the inner chambers there, sitting amidst all them boxes of things. It's overwhelming up there. I don't know that that would be room for down here in a building like this. This needs to be for the general departments that are down here right now. But that's something that needs to be done. I don't know what to do about it. So I'd look at the other 2 commissioners, but nobody has gumption enough to stand up and say, well, this is what we need to do, because they're scared somebody on the street's going to say, oh my gosh, you can't spend that money. Well, not spending it is not smart, because the inefficiency, can you imagine having all of you running back and forth between 3 buildings here, the amount of loss in a year's time, let alone since 2007? Add up that time, would have probably paid for a building. But those are my comments, and I don't know what to do about it, so I'll defer to the other 2 commissioners or someone else.
Comments, John?
No, I mean, I don't know what we're going to eventually try to design over across the way here, but it seems like to me, if you have porch, you have this, you have that, is that going to be enough space to do all of that?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it is, but I'm saying,
We're not doing it on that little space.
Right.
It comes all the way through this other, it's big. You got the plans,
Yeah, I have to look at them still, yeah.
Yeah, and Leon, he can speak to it. He's aware. I know Monty is, Clancy is on the facility that was proposed to be on the church lot and the existing parking lot on the west side of the courthouse office building. But Ron's right, and several of the department heads that have been here longer than me, Greg, Monty, Clancy, and Leon have been in on the discussions, as well as the frustration of department heads of what's gone on. Just as Ron said, we've talked about this for years. We had multiple retreats, numerous years back to back. This was over a decade ago, about the facilities needs and just department's frustrations on nothing getting done, because it comes down to politics, political pressure from the public. This commission actually did approve. There are a couple methods, 3 methods to accomplish it: pay with cash, go to the voters to ask for bonding authority. That's what you're asking. You're not asking them to approve the facility, although that's kind of what they're doing. You're asking them for bonding authority for Public Building Commission. The Riley County Board has passed the Public Building Commission, but because of, as Ron said, complaints, they quickly did away with that building commission. So there are ways to accomplish it. And a little history on Ron referred to Erie County's facility. That facility was taken to the public twice and voted on and failed. The board actually said, we have to have it. The public's not approving bond authority, we have to have it. They funded a public building commission and built it. They just finally had to take that step. But in the interim, they spent however much money on 2 elections that failed. And so there are ways to accomplish it, but it takes the agreement of the board to either take it to the public or to build a public building commission or to save enough money like we did with the shop site and paid with that with all cash. Now that really hurt our CIP program for a long time doing it that way because we were just dedicating all revenues to that. So there are ways to accomplish it, but Ron's exactly right. And several department heads will tell you, their frustration in discussing facilities and not getting anywhere for decades now.
Ron, thank you. I will say that when I was going back and putting some things together, I found agreements to look at architecture for the EMS building in 1987. So, they've been, for 33 years, they've been trying to figure out, they've known that this has been an issue and nobody's been able to come up with something. So Ron, I appreciate what you said very much.
Well, you got something? Okay. I don't like to sit around with it. I know we have problems with the radio. Officer shot, couldn't get into the dispatch. Other problems with EMS and fire, which they couldn't use. And I pushed hard on it and got it. So we're finishing it up this year. It was very expensive, but it took a little time to get done. This is necessary. It's, again, no matter how we do this thing, it's going to take a little time. In the meantime, you're going to grow. You're going to need space. But I think we have to consider it here within, either we get started on it or probably it's going to end up the same way as you have now. And I know the constituents don't like the taxes to go up. I've been told that every year. And so, but I know the service is necessary. If they want to maintain what they have and be able to pay their taxes and do other things, get license plates, we're going to have to get it done. We could not have gotten this Zooming here without the services of IT. They're out of space. And so this has helped us here. We're trying to get more modern. I guess I'm looking at probably we need to get it done, but I'm not sure how we're going to get it done. And we don't have a plan yet on a building, do we? That has been
over there. Oh no, Leon, you could address it better. What are they, preliminary design that we have? I mean, you commissioners have that report.
I hadn't seen it.
That was for a 4-story building over there. And to address your question, at that time, it was enough space for all of this, including additional court space, but that's at that time.
Yeah.
But it just so you know, it did encompass the entire church lot, the entire parking lot. That way you would be able to house everyone through construction. Construction's done, move everyone over, and then sell this building, demolish the courthouse office building. That becomes your parking lot. That was the original design, and there's even consideration. And Leon, was it for either a 4th floor to potentially additional space for even expansion?
Mm-hmm.
So.
As I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fourth floor was for future expansion. And as you said, the county office building would be demolished, but that space would also be available to extend that 4-story building on further east then if there was ever a need to expand it even further. And there would be some parking underneath of this facility as well. So I don't think we lost any parking spaces per se out in that west lot. Again, they were just preliminary plans, as Rich said. They were schematics. I mean, they'd put some effort into dimensions and that sort of thing to make sure they fit. But I mean, other than that, there wasn't much design done to it.
Rich, if I could tell you about a strategy I saw you use one time. You're probably all familiar with this. A public building gets approved and design starts. And as the design is scrutinized and the costs go up, it gets whittled away. It gets smaller and smaller and inadequate to the point where when it's built and you move in, you're already at capacity. I worked with a guy back in Virginia, a new police facility. It was the third one I was in 25 years, was being designed, and they started doing that. And he pitched an idea that actually was approved by city officials. And what they did was, it was supposed to be a 5-story building with a parking garage. And it got whittled down to 3 stories. And he suggested, because of the heavy presence, in this case, of federal law enforcement, probation and parole in that area, why don't we build the 5? You can sign 20-year leases with some of these people for those other 2 floors. In 20 years, if we need to expand, we can say, thanks for being a great tenant, and move into it. So when the facility was built, some of the space was rented out to others. So if you needed it in the future, you could use it. You wouldn't have to build a new building or expand.
Yeah.
And the city ended up approving that. And they built it the way it should have been built.
That's a good point. The building you're in, that's what happened to it. The voters would not pass $11.5 million. And so they had to downsize, cheapen, which ultimately cost county. Yeah, they only would pass 10 million. So there's a case in point right there where you could have had a larger facility initially, better built for another $1.5 million. And it's like the facility I'm talking about. You don't pay that amount of money in 1 year. It doesn't raise taxes. You bond it over 20 years or 25 years. And with careful budgeting, it's very workable as far as the local tax base and everything. Case in point is 4 exterior walls, 1 roof is less to maintain than a bunch of buildings with a bunch of roofs and a bunch of wore-out equipment. This building here needs a tremendous amount of work around the perimeter of the foundation. It needs new windows. We're talking not only hundreds of thousands of dollars, many hundreds of thousands of dollars just for this one. And the building next door, if that east wall falls out in the parking lot one of these days, it's going to be pretty darn expensive to repair. So once again, it makes sense, but how do you convince the taxpayers? Because as Rich pointed out, in today's climate and with the local tax base, where the taxes are, I just don't think a bond issue would pass for the building, even though it's the smartest thing to do. So you have families here and friends, need to start talking to them, because ultimately someday that's going to have to happen, because there's a limit. This building is super well built. There's nothing you can change because of the structural design of it and everything. They made my wife sit upstairs on the 3rd floor. She's the only telephone operator, had to stay on duty during the '66 tornado. And that's how well built this thing is. It was designed for that. But on the other hand, with the structure and the columns, there's nothing you can do with the space. That's why it's better to do the single building with modern facilities and HVAC and everything, which you add everything up, there's a big savings to the operating cost for number one.
Yeah, if I could just clarify, I wasn't suggesting that strategy for the RCPD building.
Oh, no, but what I meant was that's what happened when you cheapen things to start.
I just want to make that.
Yeah.
This is Leon.
Look, Leon.
Am I supposed to raise my hand or something here?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see you.
Kind of hard when it's only your name up there on the screen, Leon.
Oh, so sorry.
Okay, you're good.
There you go.
I was just gonna follow up with what Dennis was saying. That actually, Brent Bowman did bring that up, about renting out that space to maybe some of the attorneys in the area. So they'd be closer to the court systems and whatnot. Now, the courts may not like that and want them that close, I don't know, but that was brought up at that time as a possible way to, as Dennis was saying, help fund the facility over time and use that space, but then you would still have it for future expansion. So a good idea. I think that is something we can still look at.
And to piggyback on, what Ron was talking about earlier, had it been done in 13, look how much of it would have been paid off by now. But guess what that construction price was in 2013 compared to now? Guess what the construction price is now compared to 10 years later? And interest rates from 13 to now have been very favorable. What are they going to be in 10 more years?
Well, and that's kind of what I was talking about. We've already got this model we've been working on with the fire stations. There's no way we can build a fire station that we actually needed, waiting to accumulate that money to spend it. So we put it on a 30-year lease through the USDA and bond issue. And that's the only way we can pay it. And then as people come in, it's not just the people that are living here today that are paying for it, it's people that are living here 20 years from now. So I agree with Ron. I think we need to make that happen and then need to stretch this out, because the cost of the building today compared to the cost of the building 10 years from now, compared to the cost of the building would have been 15 years ago, we're talking about big changes. So.
And the interest today is very favorable.
It is.
Yeah, so you have something?
A lot of us that have been here a while have seen the same story that Shelley's talking about, where this was going to be a temporary fix. You just are about to complete another temporary fix in my office. It doesn't gain any space at all, but it makes it a little more functional, usable for a short period of time. I think it's well past time that we not just talk about it, but start doing something about it. If this were a business, you would have been building a long time ago. I think we need to put it in those terms to, taxpayers, to constituents. I think it's going to take a campaign of information for people to understand how embarrassing it is to walk into that EMS facility. I mean, that's ridiculous. It shouldn't happen, especially in a community this size. I don't think that's our community expectation, but I don't know how many people really know or understand how bad it is. So I would encourage you to think about, start promoting the problem, help people understand what the problem is, and then put together a plan that has some facts: building cost per square foot, efficiencies gained, potential sale of properties like this one, if you go forward with the project. To me, that's a first step that we could do that doesn't cost any money at all, but it helps people understand why there is a need. Rumors go around the community, the county wants to do this or that. Provide the facts, let them sort it out for themselves. And I think that's something that we should have started yesterday.
Greg, I was jealous when I saw you were getting a Band-Aid, because I just want to see out my windows, Leon. I just want to be able to see out the windows in this building. I can't see out the windows, and that is no joke. Come upstairs to the second floor.
I can see out in between the windows.
Is that, oh, yeah.
I
Can't see through the windows.
They're naturally frosted. We got a couple.
If you're looking out the window, you can't be productive.
There's a window behind you.
I don't think you're going to be allowed to raise your hand again, Leon. Sorry.
I'm just going to add, with the courts, for the last several years, we've had a number of circumstances. We've got 3 district courtrooms where we can try cases. The problem is we can't use them all at the same time. And I know Judge Bannister has been in this situation before, and so have the others, where we start bringing in 90, we have 2 major cases, 90 jurors on each one. We're putting 180 people in that courthouse that aren't normally there. And we're still we can only use 2 courtrooms. And so we know that we can only run, 2 major cases at a time because of that. We
several years ago when they did the Blue Ribbon Commission study, we were eligible for another district judge, but we didn't have facilities for it. Yet, it does hurt the public in the sense that we can't get the number of cases through because we don't have that additional district judge. We don't have the space for it. The courtrooms really weren't designed to have a number of major trials every year. That's, the law's just changed the last 15 and 20 years. And so it's not it'd be nice to have more courtrooms or a different forum. It's really a necessity to have one. I mean, we got people sitting on stairs when we have a lot of jurors in there. We try to do 2 major trials. We have people sitting on stairs, standing up. People can't get through. It's really becoming an issue that needs to be addressed now as opposed to in the future. It should have been addressed before, but it is. When Judge Wilson was here, I know he brought it up 2 or 3 different times. We have looked at this for at least more than 10 years, and it's just ready for something to move forward.
And I can attest to that firsthand, as Judge Bannister can attest, because I was on a jury selection while they had 2 major cases going, and you talk about jam-packed area with people on the stairs, and I'll guarantee you there wasn't 6 inches of social distancing on that entire floor. And they were doing the best they could with the facilities they have, but there's just no way they could do that now. I witnessed it firsthand.
Yes.
So this is my final county officials lunch, I think, if you're gonna hold the next one in October. So I'll give you my final advice here. There's so many needs, space needs, and if we focus on all of it at once, we're gonna be paralyzed.
Yeah.
So we have a strategic plan. We established it in 2013. We gotta focus on the priority, and that's EMS. You gotta start checking stuff off. That's number one. You gotta focus on that and get that done. That's my advice.
Yeah.
Then you move on to the other thing.
No, Leon,
How
you
much
can't
did
raise
you
your
pay
hand.
him, David? That's what I want to know.
That's how,
I have not.
That's how you get things accomplished.
No, I think everybody sitting here is probably going to agree that the situation with David right now is dire. And that has to be the number one priority.
We gotta focus all of our attention on that and getting that checked off.
I appreciate that.
And I do think in this particular case, if done, produced and a plan is established very well, I think that's very sellable to the community. Because it's a very, very vital service. And I think even as we continue to work through and move through this COVID pandemic, I think that becomes even more of a viable option at this particular point in time too. So
Here's how evident that was, John, at one point in time, and Grant, Judge Bannister wasn't here, but Lan, you witnessed it. Chief Judge Wilson at the time was on a roll and really needing facilities, and after he heard EMS's needs and saw their needs, he says, we'll take second in because their needs are so badly needed over there. But Monty's exactly right. We have to finish one so we can get on to the next one. And so just a little progress would be nice, and that would be significant progress if we could get them a facility that's adequate that'll last for, and like I've told many groups of commissioners, we have to look beyond our lifetime. That facility needs to last another 50 years. And so that's how you need to think about, not just building it, as Director Butler said, to fit your needs now. We got to think beyond our lifetime because our community is going to continue to grow.
Okay, since I can't raise my hand, I'm just going to talk. I think we're all in agreement that something needs to be done. I think we're all pretty much in agreement, same as we were back in 2013, that we need to work toward doing something with EMS first. But financing this thing is really the key to the whole thing. And how do we move forward with financing? I mean, where does the money come from? I don't know. I think Tammy may have put $4 million on a new EMS facility, and that may be close. I don't really know. But so let's hear some ideas on how we can finance this thing, or what can give the commissioners some direction from that standpoint. I mean, we've, right now in the budget, the commissioners have $1 million in there for earmark it for CIP for EMS. Well, that's only a fourth of the money that's needed. If we do that every year, 4 years down the road, David might have enough money to build it, may not. So what are some of the ways that we can raise the money? I mean, I think we've established what the problem is and what we need to do next, but how are we going to build it without the funds?
Well, maybe you weren't on the line yet, Leon, but that's what I said early on. You got 3 options. Pay cash, like we did with the shop site, go to the vote of the public to approve financing, or a public building commission. And then you do a public building commission, then you go through financing without having to go to the public vote. That are their 3 options.
I think we need to work with the state and the federal government too to find grants and maybe some other types of funding that will fill in some of the gaps. And we're not going to get away with not paying for bits and pieces of this, but to a credit, while I was in DC in March, I had this discussion with Senator Moran in his office on this particular thing. And we need, these are emergency services. These aren't just regular services. These are emergency services. And, we need some help with that, whether it's through Homeland Security or Department of Agriculture, or much like what we're doing with the fire stations out there. There's got to be some of that outside source to come in, because we just can't sustain it individually, as a county.
We've looked at those over the years, and unfortunately, like for the Department of Ag, we don't qualify.
Yeah, I'm just using it as an example.
Right. I mean, we've looked and we've reached out to them as well, and that's something that I discussed with Senator Roberts when I sat in his office a year ago. It's just right now, I mean, we can't find that. We've looked, we've had people looking, and we just haven't been able to find that.
Is any of the money that we may get from the COVID-19, would any of that qualify for this, or would some of the money that it might qualify, could then it be redirected to the facility?
No, it doesn't. It's got to be used for COVID response, whether it is personnel costs or whether it is supply costs. So.
But what I am hopeful for, Leon, is that as we get out of this pandemic, there'll be a fresh way of thinking about it, and people will realize even more how emergency services apply to everyday life and everyday scenarios, and maybe some restrictions will be freed up, and maybe there will be, I'm probably being overly optimistic there, but there may be something down the road that will come up, and they'll set aside some funds for these particular things, and then at that point we can take advantage of it. But
kind of along that same line there, we've looked at the USDA.
Yeah.
USDA has grants, and they look like $25,000 for the grant. And you have to meet a certain requirement for some things. But then on the other side of the house, where there are co-ops and different programs where they don't use that low and moderate income rating, their loans, they go back and use a bonding process to make that happen. The good part is they have a pretty good rate. The bad part is they have lots of federal requirements to go along with it, and that raise the cost of the project. So I think I like Ron's idea of stretching this out, make a long-term thing, and letting people pay for it over time. But I'm not totally satisfied with going out and trying to going through the federal loan program and going through their hoops to make that happen. Where we have our own bonding agent, we have a low bond cost right now. I think, to me, that's the way that I would look at it, and it would just somehow we'd have to pay for it every year for that bond cost.
Yeah.
I keep falling back to what would a business do?
Yeah.
Business would evaluate the costs and figure out ballpark what's going to cost for EMS or something down here, put it all on paper, and then evaluate the cost of financing or whatever it might be. I think you would be surprised to find that from our conversations when it was brought forward before, the Public Building Commission is probably going to be the very best way in terms of cost and expenses, even, bonding as you would. But you got to put it on paper so we're not just speculating what might be and what could be and go from there. I think too, I think you got to look at not just David's facility, but everything all at once. So you can build a plan around everything. And money is cheaper now than it's ever been in my lifetime. And I can't imagine it's going to be that way forever. If we keep kicking this can down the road, we could be looking at interest rates that are double 5 years from now or more, 10 years from now.
Rich, were there any plans drawn up for the new ambulance service?
No, there's never been any plans for the ambulance. I know last time I saw when the commissioners seriously, they just conceptually said, well, heck, it's built so stout, we could even add a second floor on top of it, but I think that's quickly been decided that that's inadequate because even the current bays, the new styled ambulances barely fit and you can hardly walk around them. And so, no plans, but they've been, it's been discussed about different things, adding more space on the administrative side where their offices are, tearing that down and adding, but that's a short-term temporary fix. That may get you your 20 years, but then in 20 years, you're gonna be right back to where you were.
So I was thinking then something that's a little less expensive is have a set of plans that could be drawn up and then find a place to put it, because you gotta have a plan first before you can build anything. Set of plans, architect plans. And then go from there. It's gonna take a few days to put some plans together. But at least that's a start. But we're still looking for a spot. That's the problem. And I don't know that you want to stay in that spot. Because if you build a building there, you got to throw everybody out. And that's not that big of a spot.
Well, and that's where the problem becomes even bigger, because as Greg said, if you want to know the true cost of all the real facilities needs, then you need to really evaluate, like the commissioner said, we're looking for land for EMS. You find a big enough place to where you could also move Ron E.
Yeah.
And you could also move health department, which got back to what Ron discussed earlier. The current ambulance site is a lot more valuable if you sell the entire health department site along with it, because health department's moving to a brand new location and everything's consolidated. And then you have additional training space for rural fire that's alongside with the ambulance department. So it's all has a domino effect, and you have to figure out which direction you want to go. Of course, the more you look at it, the more dollars it is, but if you're purchasing land, you better buy the right size piece of land.
Yeah, and that's that. But if you had a set of plans, at least you could view it and say, I'd like to put this somewhere.
And I agree with Greg and Monty both. I think Monty has it. You gotta have the big plan, you gotta have your master plan, and then you gotta pick one piece at a time and take care of it. So, and today, I'm looking for Dennis over here. I know we've got the dispatch center that has 6 people that work 24 hours a day in there that don't have enough room. It's like this right now. So if there's some way we could move stuff around different places, and there might be a different place that would open up more room for Dennis if we move dispatch to an EMS building, or if we built that down closer to the Dennis and he's got a training room there or something like that we could all share. There's some big picture things there, but I agree with Monty. Once you come up with a plan, then you pick these off. This is how we're going to fund this. This is how we're going to fund this. One step at a time.
If I could, since you brought me into this again, this training room issue, I wanted to share something I heard during the city commission meeting on May 19th. I was on it for the Aggieville substation garage project. So unbeknownst to me, and I don't mean that to sound nefarious, but I didn't realize that they have a grant opportunity that is strengthened if they have strong security in that garage. So I couldn't understand really until then why they were so interested in moving us to this, the garage. Well, it was because this grant would be more likely to be won if we were there. But one of the commissioners asked me about, since the county funds facilities, whether or not there was still interest in that. And I said, well, I'm just trying to get through the RCPD range right now, and that's a conversation I can have later. But one of the other commissioners, it's recorded, you can go see it if you'd like, said, well, if we have to finish out that space for the substation, we'll pay for it. Or we should consider paying for it. So my point is, the other half of that would be that multi-purpose room. So the structure there, all you would need to do is finish it. I can tell you that we wouldn't be in there every single day using it. We would use it a lot for training, conferencing, and meetings, but it would be a multi-purpose room that others could use as well when we're not there. There's obviously coordination and scheduling that has to occur. Don't know what the cost would be. I think the finishing it out would be estimated around $300,000 to $400,000. Is it going to solve everybody's needs here? Absolutely not. But it's a short-term option. The structure's been built by someone else. You just have to finish it out. So just throw that on the table for consideration.
I'll offer, well, I'll enlarge the scope of my prior comments, which were largely to the query of space needs. These will be a little unorganized, but first, I would like to express my appreciation to the county in providing upgrades to our building as needed, whether that was security related or recent work on a jury room, combine it with the conference room so that it creates a usable space for jury deliberations. This is really isolated to itself. I don't know that it has any value expanding beyond that, but as far as a different funding source, the law library, which is in part funded by attorney registrations, paid for our recent courtroom audio upgrades. That's a drop in the bucket in this picture, but that's $18,000 that the taxpayer county didn't pay for. That's the law library, again funded by attorneys, where you've got quasi public-private partnership investing that money. I think should signify how important that is to them to support that. The other two items that I'm just going to throw out there, though, this is more related to the current environment of COVID-19, but for several weeks we held what were called our limited solo answers outside the courthouse, on the side in the courtyard. Again, a lot of that was for health reasons and space and social distancing, but again, keeping the traffic out of the courtroom. But frankly, we didn't have spacing within our courtroom that could accommodate that. I do want to emphasize, whether it's the general public, citizens, litigants, or the bar, they have and always should have complete trust in the judiciary, and that the limitations of our facility are not going to impede upon that in any way, and will not let that happen. Find a way to make it work and fit. But certainly having the right size design and facility makes that more feasible and easier to accomplish. So moving from my earlier query of just what space needs are, I don't know what the older plans necessarily look like, haven't seen those. But where I'm going with this is that as we progress in time, those changes need, they very well could expand, but ideally, our current building has a lot of attractive attributes, historical significance, and lack of a better word, charm, just not the greater benefits of today's buildings. But even if a building just had the capacity for one large jury courtroom, even if that was a multi-purpose with a commission room that we don't use on a daily basis, that we use our courtrooms for, but when we need to bring in a huge jury pool and good sized proceedings throughout, have that available, or the potential to move court services and use that space within our existing building. Those advanced the ball quite a bit. Our needs are not so great in by themselves that they would justify, well, they could, but again, if there's gonna be construction at some point or another, it'd be neglectful to design that and plan that without the judiciary operations in mind. Absolutely should be part of that, the space needs considered. It'd be neglectful not to, but just want to emphasize again, the current availability will meet our needs and continue to do so in one way or another until something else exists. But I think those were kind of the points I had put together, but I think there is the opportunity for efficiencies, economies of scale, even potentially pulling in city court into the project, community corrections and court services, things that have a different safety or security level that would benefit from a design that doesn't currently exist.
I've got, you got, take off.
Thanks, John. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good weekend, John.
You too.
So I guess we're stuck with the fact that we need to start going down the process and seeing what we can do. And to me, the first thing is to get a set of plans, start looking and see what the needs are and start planning on that. And I know in each of you have space requirements that you need, and I think that that could be looked at to develop a plan on what we need. Of course, EMS would be a separate entity, but everybody else here can be in one building. Well, except for Mike. He's happy. He's happy where he's at.
He's got one.
Yeah, he's got one. Yes.
We have such a nice facility, 10 other counties use ours.
I don't know that Gary's prepared to, but what does extension, there was at one time a proposal for better extension facilities, and I don't know if in your short tenure, you've had time to look or consider that.
I've just had people comment to me that it's been discussed in the past. I think the commissioners brought that up to me before about doing something out there on Cinco Park and expanding Potawatomi or whatever, and including office space out there, but that's really all that I've heard about it. So
About 3 years ago, just on the water, was in a drawing mood in my office, and so I kind of made a sketch. Waterfall is utilized over 300 days a year of expanding Waterfall to the south, with a walkout portion being your facility. So
yeah, I think there's definite advantages though to being here where
there is
in one location rather than being out there, but
and that was kind of risky because at some point if the fairground moves and things, it's
yes,
unnecessary additional expense right now. So,
right.
Well, Chairman,
Yeah, and
keeps it out. So
I think it's something that we're going to have to look at. We know what size of building we got now for each of you in space, and I can see us getting a third more space room, and for everybody, and then that'll determine the size of the building. And but we got to look at it and then see which direction we're going to go. EMS, we're going to start on first and see where that is, but we need a space for them, and right now we don't have a space.
I'm going to this weekend look around again that vacant or ground available maybe, but as far as the office building, it's ready.
I know it's ready. I know it's ready.
Yeah,
There's
those facilities can be constructed. So.
Yeah. So that's something that we're gonna have to get ourselves rolling on and be ready to take a bunch of arrows in us. So,
Thank you.
yes,
I know
thank
it's
you for
hard, but
coming.
I know we all do appreciate you hearing what we have to say.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I saw the need for the radios because it's gonna be putting people's lives in danger. Okay, it can be life or death. It had to be done. And I did get a lot of resistance from some people in certain areas. But I think they see the good it's done or gonna do. Okay. All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you for attending, everyone.
Thank
you, Mr. Corbin.
Yes, the words you don't have to say, you know? I second. All in favor?
Hey, Dave, how was the pizza?